Breakdown hook. Breakdown hook. Instrumental section. Breakdown hook. Breakdown collection. Instrumental section.
Good morning there, Glitch the Yorkie. I am just getting things fired up here. If you're looking to engage, don't hesitate to put in a request for the mic. But I am having some noticed peculiar issues with the X platform. If you're not looking to engage, I will probably just throw on some music and see if I can figure out what the heck is going on in that aspect. Oh, but I see the request coming in.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad at all. Just noticing there's something weird with X that when you're on the page, like your main spot, like it's not showing what spaces are actively live. I've noticed it for like the last maybe 24 to 36 hours.
Oh, yeah, it does that every other day, it seems like, where they don't show up the top.
Yeah, on the right hand, or well, that's on the phone. Yeah, but on the laptop, they're not showing
Yeah,
up on the right. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything anywhere.
yeah.
So,
That was pissing me off this morning because they weren't showing up at the top.
hmm
But I have the space, like the space little icon at the bottom, so I can just hit the space thing and then go. But it doesn't show them all. Like it doesn't have the slider or anything.
Oh, 10-4. And yeah, I don't even know where to find that on the laptop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't listen to spaces on the laptop too much. I'm just here at work, chilling.
10-4. You're blasting some nails in with a gun.
No, I got these metal bars that I'm getting with a circular saw, just cutting them up.
10-4.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, were you on the Sean Ryan show?
I was.
Okay, yeah, I've seen you there.
hmm Yeah, that's where most people
Yep,
know me from.
yep.
It's too bad I'm the
I
only
got into
person that
all,
he edited.
yeah, I got into all that stuff like in 2000, end of 2024 when all the drone stuff was happening,
Uh-huh.
and because for me at least, what I thought was a Kundalini awakening, I started looking into it more, and it took me about 2 months, and I was like, well, maybe this was a voice of God weapon. Who knows? So I
On the
went down this huge
possibilities
rabbit.
list. Yeah.
Yeah, I went down this huge rabbit hole, got all I went through a semi-psychosis episode and eventually ended up homeless, but I'm doing all right now.
Nice.
And I try not to think about it too much anymore and look into it
Mm-hmm.
and just know that that stuff's out there. But no, I had some drone encounters. I thought like these things were following me down there in Nashville. It was crazy. I
Uh-huh.
try to not think about it every day, you know.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, you got to focus on the day to
Yeah.
day and not get lost in the minutia of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. 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 And then I know you had a bunch to pinpoint on as far as that topic on the Sean Ryan show. I don't know
yeah,
if it was you or someone else is talking about the McDonald's implanting like commercials into your dreams or whatnot.
I'm pretty
that
sure
you?
I did bring that up on there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
crazy.
You know, it's a problem when these technologies exist, but they're only in the hands of a few, and the majority of people don't even know they exist. So it's ripe for abuse.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume that if they're going to start doing that, it'd be sometime within the next couple years. If
Oh,
they're
I think
not
they've
doing it
already.
already,
I think they've been doing it for decades.
like beta testing, commercials or whatnot.
No, I think that if
Just the principle or the overall technology itself.
I think there's nefarious factions that have been using it to their discretion for many decades before McDonald's got to get their hands on it.
Yeah.
I don't think McDonald's invented it.
Yeah, I think definitely not. I think that they're probably working with some private sector or whatnot, or maybe bought the rights to use something or modify it and use it for their own. Who knows?
Yeah, I think a
Because
lot of
if
this stuff
it's not,
it's playing games. You know, it's making people have the impression that the technology's new. If McDonald's is talking about it now.
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I told my mom about all that stuff. No one wants to believe you.
Oh, of course not.
I was like, Mom, I'm not joking. I'm going through something right now where it just does not make sense. And like, I'm getting all these synchronicities and like, I've never felt like this before. You know, it feels like, I was having police encounters and weird. It was just weird, man.
Did you say police encounters?
Yeah, like weird police encounters and people following me and seeing a bunch of white vans and like weird stuff.
Uh-huh.
But that doesn't bother me now. But at the time, it did. Just based off of all the events that were going on, and with the New Jersey drones, and the drone that I saw in Nashville. I was inside a church night service, and I walked outside. Or something told me to go outside. Like I almost felt like almost like a buzzing or like a weird like feeling or whatever. And and whatever voice told me, I don't know if it was God or something, but it was like, make sure you have your phone out when you get out there. I put my phone, or I had my phone out, and like as soon as I get out there, I look up and there's this thing. I took a video of it or whatnot, and as it was flying off, it was like right above me as soon as I went out, and then it started going off, and it had some noise to it, but it wasn't too loud. Yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, I've never seen anything in that close proximity. Ooh, we got Mr. Godsaw showed up as a listener. Yay! Still not seeing anything on the right-hand side of the screen. I did see it show up in my phone, though, officially.
Have you tried sharing it?
Oh, I
Sharing
shared
the
it.
space
I
on your
shared it
page?
earlier, but I have not tried it since I started it. I'm gonna try
Yeah.
resetting my phone and see what happens on that end. Because yeah, I mean, obviously, if no one's seeing it, it's gonna be limited participation.
Yeah. Well, now it's kind of crazy. I took a break from X for like, I don't know, half a year,
Uh-huh.
6 months. But you're starting to see Havana Syndrome pop up again in the news, and seems like every year it's something else.
Oh, well,
And to
just
be
when.
honest, all the articles are gaslighting like the public. Like, it's
Oh,
like,
totally. It's
dude,
all the rage in the last week with the Venezuelan thing going on, and now I just saw in the news yesterday that they're talking about that the U.S. purchased a directed energy weapon from Russia, and it's like, come on, you
yeah,
didn't think they had their own?
yeah. It's funny to think about, considering, like, I don't know when it was, maybe 3 months to a half a year ago, Trump came out and said, like, we have weapons that, like, no one can even think of. It's like, all right, do you really? Or are you having to buy it? No, wait, you already have them. So why are these articles coming out saying that you got them from someone else? Is it so
Oh,
you can cover your track?
you're
So
getting timetables confused regardless, but yes, it is for
okay,
track
okay.
covering. Yeah, I mean the thing that he said, I don't know, last year at some point. I mean, technically only supports what I was saying, is that we have technology that people can't imagine.
Yeah.
But then the recent statement about buying it from the Soviet Union was discussing a transaction that occurred in like the early 90s.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
But yeah, I imagine we had the stuff anyhow. I think it's just
Oh
trying
yeah,
to
100%.
it's trying to like kind of lay it at the feet of someone else for coming up with it. Like, we're not the bad guys. We didn't start the fire, right? Like Billy Joel. Oh, we're just, the Russians, we just bought it from them. So since then we've been looking into it. Like, that's going to be the story that's, you know, full of shit, but they're going to try to paint it that way.
So what do you think is going to come of this? You think that it's going to be something that's talked about more, or like we're not going to hear anything for a few months, or like are they
Oh,
prepping us for something? Who do you know? What do you think?
they're prepping us for civil war across the board. It's never changed. It's been going on for decades. It's just baby steps.
Okay, so like total AI surveillance, pretty much.
We're already
Police
in
state.
it.
Well, yeah. I don't think that we're fully there, but
Understood. I would
maybe.
disagree and say that we're way more there than you think.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I mean, what part of everybody's life is not being digested by AI and calculated,
that's true. Yeah.
right? I
Every
mean,
single app, every every
right.
every like social media platform.
Every
You know.
movement,
Yeah, it's
every
crazy.
movement, every breath you take, every beat of your heart is counted now.
Mm-hmm. Well, even the simple fact, like, I hear my parents sometimes now, like, I was just thinking about that, and I'm scrolling Facebook. I didn't say anything or
Right.
anything, and now I'm seeing it in front of me.
There you go. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's
It's
crazy.
it's
Scary. It's
reality.
scary. It's scary because I'm scared for the elderly and the children. People that can't have some type of not all of them, but I'm just saying some type of discernment.
Uh-huh.
To this stuff. I'm kind of afraid for elderly, especially.
Well, I guess
My
I just don't
parents, I
like the
can't
word.
tell what's real or not.
I guess I just don't like the word afraid. I'm concerned. I'm attending to the problem, but I think people need to be more bold of thought and action. Fear is the mind killer, so I just it's a word that I try not to wield lightly. I'm not afraid of anything going on. I'm concerned. I'm angry. Anger is a gift, right? If you're
Yeah,
not mad,
yeah.
you're not paying attention.
Con- Concerned is a more neutral. Concerned and informed, or at least curious.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Kind of, yeah,
what
yeah.
can we do about it? Yeah, that's where my brain is at. Is
I mean,
more along what can we do
at this
about it?
point, I don't think it's an individual effort. It's going to take a collective, if anything,
Oh,
to
absolutely, because there's
you know. Yeah.
many factions working against the best interest of we the people as a collective. A lot of folks make the mistake of thinking, that this can be reduced to like, a singular bad team with like a singular leader. Like there's one group that's up to no good that's ruining for the rest of us good intentioned people. I'm just I am still not seeing any. Oh, now I see some spaces. I just refreshed my page on another laptop, and now it's showing what spaces are running. So that is quite the glitch in the matrix for the potential of participation.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. It's not the first time I've seen that happen, but I was bummed because usually you get the little slider at the top of the X app or whatever, and you can just slide it.
Yeah.
But it's completely blank for me, So it usually fixes within about a half a day or whatever,
Yeah,
It'll fix itself.
I've seen that occur intermittently at other times as being a very random event. But I feel like in the last 24 hours or so, the problem is very consistently existing. Yeah, it's weird. But I see we got Woof, God Sauce, and Sarah here. Good morning. Welcome to Cawffee Tawk. Happy Wednesday from Anchorage, Alaska. Topic of the day: what's brewing for 2026? I will just go with what I've been. Not something I discussed, I think, in great publicly, but I would say that privately for many years, I would say that I've heard the proverbial beats of the war drums in the distance, and this seems to be coming to a head. I believe that many factions are working many angles to cause, I guess you would say, civil unrest, pointing us towards the direction of civil war, if not much worse. That it's just stirring the pot, and we, the people, have been suffering under such, I guess, shadowy, aggressive tactics, and it saddens me that through the years I just keep watching people fall for it more and more and more. The division that gets us bickering with each other, we the poor people of the planet, at odds with each other, when we should be, looking up at those that are fighting to be king of the mountain, that are closer to the peak, so to say, that are seeding this state. And it's unfortunate from my perspective that I've said for a very long time that people have been asking me, like, what do you see coming in the future? And I just say more problems, more discord amongst everybody, because that's the general direction that we are going. So I think of like Newton's laws of motion, that that is the observable direction that we are going. And until somebody can show me the equal and opposite force being applied, I believe the outcome is easily calculated to support my opinion. There will be more problems, unfortunately, and I'm concerned that 2026 may be a banner year for civil disturbances by many definitions. Many things that I've said, I wish I was completely wrong about.
This year in July will be the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America.
Yep.
I believe that this year also will be the definitive year that we learn whether or not the United States of America is dead or if it is going to be reborn with the tree well watered.
I
This is it.
Yep, I can't argue against that. I feel like that there's been a lot of effort applied to create this turmoil, frenzied up, I guess is where I think of. We've been fired up into a frenzy by many factions that are competing, and you're right, Wolf. This could very well be the year. I can't imagine that this anniversary period was not being considered for some sort of moment. I feel like Whitney, give me one moment in time.
Indubitably, doubtlessly. Yeah, yes, you're correct about that. The symbolism of the year is important. But at the same time, not only have things been engineered into a frenzied state, we've allowed ourselves to we have abdicated our responsibilities as citizens, and we've inherited a debt, an inertia that is going to be tremendously costly to begin to reorient, like the Titanic,
Yep.
in ocean waters. And I've put a few posts out talking about Jefferson and the founding fathers, and they would look at the United States of America today, and they would look at every man and woman that swore an oath to preserve and defend the Constitution. They would look at them and go, well,
Yeah. Yeah, what are you doing, folks? I think George Washington would love to hold an AR-15 in his hand. He would say that's an accomplishment, but we're not doing the right things with the resources we have available for freedom.
if we consider the natural forces that flow through human beings and our relationships to one another with power, you can think of three very broad layers. One is the insulated shot calling layer. They don't have perfect power, but they often inhabit a position of hyperdominance. They then have their seconds, their lieutenants, their factors, their family retainers, their bannermen, right? Their eventual heirs, if you would, not their immediate kith and kin, but their inheritors of the structure. And then you have the very lowest level of the washed in that triadic structure, the masses, who are occasionally recruited from to replenish the numbers of the middle tranche. But it's the middle tranche that is the most decisive, because they have every incentive to betray below them and to betray above them in service of their own ambitions, because they don't want to be on the bottom, they do want to be on the top, and they know that as a middle layer they're fundamentally expendable unless they are indispensably useful. And we're seeing a culmination in that dynamic.
Absolutely. I think that's always been the trench that has been manipulated the most because of what you just said. They're targeted more heartily to work them into a frenzy, to be manipulated.
Most citizens have abdicated, as I said, their responsibility to be stakeholders. They inherited something.
Mm-hmm.
They presumed all was well, right? The lawyers would take care of it. I inherited daddy's money, right? The republic. I don't have to worry about it. All the guys we elected, they'll take care of it. I just want to, chase pussy and have fast cars and do what I want. Meanwhile, we've been slowly incentivized into our own enclosure, and people are now beginning to realize.
Don't think they actually ever, well, I shouldn't say ever. Let me rephrase that. I don't think contemporarily people have an understanding or an appreciation for what they inherited, so therefore they lack the foundation to also appreciate their obligation to maintain it. It makes me think
Yes,
of
I
Benjamin Franklin was I'm paraphrasing as usual because I'm a fucking butcher when it comes to quotes, but I believe it was Benjamin Franklin who was asked upon the creation of the United States and its form of government, and it was said that a woman walked up to him because there was great debate. Are we going to be a monarchy? Are we going to be a democracy? What's going to pan out here? And a woman asked him, well, what did we get, sir? And he responded, a republic, if you can keep it.
correct. Yes.
So
Correct.
it actually drives me bonkers when people say that the United States is a democracy. And it's like, man, people died to make sure we had a republic. It's completely different.
Do you know the British writer and social philosopher Roger Scruton?
I
Have
do
you heard
not.
his name before? No.
I'm unfamiliar. Is that where we get the term scrutiny?
No. I shared a slide featuring him, and it's directly related to what you and I just elided. I put it into the chat bubble, and I believe I shared it to the nest. Yes. Oops, I did already share it to the nest. I don't want to do that twice.
Oh boy, doubling down. It must be very important.
Well, the it's a quotation from him. Perhaps you could read it with your radio appropriate voice, Eric.
Yeah,
if you can read
let me
my
see what I
chicken
can
scratch.
pull up here. Dun, 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 dun. Is that the... Oh, no, there we go. I was looking at the wrong one. We do not merely study the past. We inherit it, and inheritance brings with it not only the rights of ownership, but the duties of trusteeship. Things fought and died for should not be idly squandered, for they are the property of others who are not yet born. Why do I feel like my grandfather used to quote this? How old is this guy?
He died just recently. I don't believe your grandfather would have known him, but the
Okay.
spirit that he's eliding is.
It definitely sounds like something my grandfather would have said completely. Wow, that was wild. It almost sounded like it like I could hear my grandfather saying that. That was very much his mentality. Wow, but yes, very well put.
The men and women who covet power and who value power operate on that philosophy, but in a unidirection for themselves.
Absolutely. I've always said bad people organize faster than good people. So in a way, bad people have more respect for what they have inherited, their toolkit, their skill set, their ability to do the things that they do, and they organize rapidly and work hard for their side 24 hours a day. The proverbial bad people. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Mark Passio, Wolf. Have you ever heard of him or looked into him?
I know that I know the name, but I am presently drawing a blank on him.
Fair enough. He's a very interesting person. He does some really amazing presentations, but he does come from the angle of, admittedly saying like that he was previously a Satanist and like a high-level Satanist, got out of that stuff, preaches against it now, so to say. But what he does say, he goes, you guys have to understand, he goes, these people work very hard towards their goals. Every single day, they're moving the line forwards, that they're very organized, and they work hard. and that the average person is not putting in the effort that they are, so it's very problematic to the good people. Passio does, if I'm remembering correctly, he does like this 8-hour presentation on what he calls natural law. I've watched it a couple of times through the years, and I would really recommend it. I mean, granted, it is 8 some odd hours, but even I know you're a fan of Metzger. Metzger is a big fan of Mark Passio as well, and this particular 8-hour presentation on natural law. Passio hammers down on stuff that's just like, you may not like what I'm saying, but this is the way that it is.
I'm just going to do a little bit of a refresh on him. So
Yeah, I think you'll very much dig it. I would almost say that from what I know of your concept presented about like sheeps and wolves, like Passio's like right there with you. Like this is the nature of things. Like you don't have to like it, but he's gonna explain it.
yeah, he's telling a hard truth, or at least he's trying to basically point out whatever the framing is that we presently understand, it's actually a shadow of something else, right? There's light shining, and what we see is the shadow cast by that other thing. But like a zero fighter coming in at you out of the sun, right? You're so blinded by the light of your own prejudices, you actually can't see the threat. So he's talking about the structures of power.
Oh, absolutely, he is. Yes, big time. Yeah, and that this is stuff that's been going on since time immemorial, and they're basically just getting better and better at hiding their nefarious activities from the general population so that they can get away with it with greater ease. I mean, makes sense if you're one of them. Sucks to be us.
I think of it as a form of adaptive camouflage that works like judo or aikido.
Mm-hmm.
They will essentially perturb you to find out where your frustration breakpoints are, where you will no longer perform a proper risk benefit analysis. They will then distract you away from that area and then utilize it as a fulcrum or a vector to basically inject, like a mosquito, thought antigens, or what I call
Mm-hmm.
cogniforms, right? Basically, internal stories and default states you tell yourself to believe that what you know about the world is true, and what the officials that you are supposed to be able to trust are trustworthy enough that what they're saying is true. And don't listen to those conspiracy theorists because they hate, and then you insert whatever sacred cow you want in
Yep.
that zone.
Absolutely. Sowing the seeds of division and manipulation through um, invasive thoughts. I mean, I really appreciate that stuff that you sent me yesterday regarding, the information that I'm putting out there and your, I guess, research into it. But I guess I'm curious what you got as the sum result of that effort. Was that information new to you about the technology and its capacities and potential ramifications?
It wasn't new to me in terms of it being a thing I know. For example, I know about large predatory cats, cougars and mountain lions and panthers and jaguars. And then there are house cats who are related but different. So like the general form of it I already knew, but I wasn't as informed about scalar longitudinal waves and the remote ability to use an energy source near at hand to kind of instill an effect at a much larger distance. And I suspect that that could be used at a very gross, coarse, unrefined population scale to just add ambient static into the environment that we exist in order to basically nudge people who are already suffering some kind of disequilibrium in terms of their emotional regulation or their other self-regulating thought processes, so that
Mm-hmm.
they can be slightly off balance, which means they're that much more susceptible to the much more finely tuned strategies and tools of narrative shaping and nudging people.
Yeah.
When folks talk about mind control, they think somehow you get turned into a zombie with no agency instead of simply being manipulated like a stage magician manipulates your sense of perception, right? Well, propagandists and cybernetics, right, cyberneticians, they're essentially employing a form of stagecraft to fool your inner sense of perception about what is true and not true.
Correct. And as much as I appreciate your perspective that like it could just be, you know, the base noise, I'm not arguing the potential for that to be there, but I'm definitely going to push that I believe it's a lot further on than that. That it can be through the use of AI, mining of metadata, personalizing this product of assault, that it can be way more on toward and personal to each individual, but still in a broad spectrum attack on everyone. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that I don't have proof of these statements, so to say, right? But hypothetically speaking, if I'm right now that this is already going on, and it may take decades to prove what's happening today, if we don't consider these things, right, we are very much in harm's way, right? I'm sure you can appreciate that there may be nefarious people that have thought of these things, and whether or not these things are in action right now is still up for debate. But imagine if they are, what are the ramifications of the potential of these technologies existing as I'm presenting, right? So I often think when we consider, you know, the woes of the world, right? Yes, there's a certain amount of proof that makes it more engageable, but then also there are times where you just have to look at the simple, you know, the possible implications. You know, that if something super terrible could be the outcome, that you still have to have a heightened level of concern, even in the absence of absolute proof. This potential naivete could put you in harm's way. Does that make sense?
It does, and I call your approach in general, I call that functional paranoia, which is a very blithe way to put it, but it's much more better characterized as responsible non-naivete.
Gotcha.
That's very clumsy, and what you just said about the technology being possibly more targeted or much more refined, I can't prove it like you can't prove it, but I can infer from the record of abuses and atrocities committed over the last century that we know with a high degree of resolution, right? Historical resolution about from Tuskegee to MK Ultra, just those two examples, right? The 2008 financial crisis, the Patriot Act. Now, contextualize all of that in the frame of the SR-71 Blackbird, right, in 1960 or something like that. How many decades ahead of civilian technology was it?
Right.
So that gap exists. We know that the malfeasance exists. We know that human beings exist in a spectrum of good and evil, and that generally speaking, those who lust after power and control, what we generally call evil, organize much more carefully, much more tightly, and much more energetically. So yes, it is an absolute given that what you just described is not just plausible, it's non-trivially plausible. And that means it's also then not just probable, it's non-trivially probable if we learn from history.
I like the way that you put that. And yes, from my experiences, I could say that I've provided a certain amount of proof to be concerned. But yes, a lot of it has to do with what I've inferred and extrapolated through just observation of other, you know, relative things. And I think of it like, you know, if we're a bunch of troops on the battlefield and we have to assess from which direction the most danger is coming, There are considerations to, like, well, we have information about the North, we have information about the West, and albeit, the East, we don't have a lot of facts about there being problems from the East, but we could also hypothesize that it could be that the biggest threat is coming from the East, the biggest mass of troops, and that the lack of information was coordinated to put us in harm's way. Does that make sense as well? Is that there could be, the biggest threat coming from the direction with the least amount of information can also be contrived, that could be part of why you are in deep shit, because the East is going to fuck you over. You've been
Yes.
given info about the potential dangers of the North, the South, and the West. So the East seems safe because we have no intelligence that says that the East is of danger.
The native Indians we know herded buffalo, off cliff sides. So why would you allow yourself to be herded, knowing what we know about history?
Mm-hmm. Right, and I'm thoroughly concerned with all the other socio-political issues that are going on, and adding to that, my understanding of the technologies that exist and my consideration of the potential ramifications for their misuse and abuse. I see big problems in the not too distant future. And not for nothing, I mean, in the grand scheme of things too, I mean, if you look at the time period that I first went public in 2020, from 2020 to 2025, the only thing that's occurred publicly is more and more things that have supported what I've put out 5 years ago, technically. And I don't have control over the environment that I put the information out in, but more and more that environment is aligning to provide veracity to the statements that I've made public 5 years ago.
In general, the elements of capability and the traceable proofs, right? Or evidence, I should say, not proofs. Proof is too strong.
Fair enough.
But the traces of evidence are signals that match much more broadly contextualized signals, such as an increasing break between what is constitutionally prescribed and forbidden, right? And then what is now legally or bureaucratically forced into acceptance through an increase in chaos and instability, which is, of course, an element of manufacturing or engineering chaos and discord to invite more authoritarianism. And that would be bad enough on its own, but we now also have things like the Patriot Act. We have a Homeland Security Division in the United States.
Yep.
We have the Department of Labor saying, know who you are, American, right? One America, like this Nazi-esque propaganda. We literally now have in the United States an open Gestapo force brutalizing citizens in the most obscene, unconstitutional, and anti-constitutional ways. And we have now at least two killers, two attempted murderers who fired on an American president, who showed signs of destabilization and being cultivated as chaos agents, right? Now, how did they do that, right? There are enough sleuths around now to sniff out digital trails, which means that's likely going to be a false trail. So what could they have been using in a few of these cases, right? Inferential mental nudges, right?
Mm-hmm.
Through possible EM fields or through other direct modes
Mm-hmm.
of altering perceptions and thought. And I wouldn't doubt that in war zones like Ukraine and Gaza, that these technologies would have been used
Mm-hmm.
in the field for live testing in a much more semi-controlled, a much more contained environment.
Yeah.
It would make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I like about, so, like, again, quoting my grandfather, he would say it was, and I think he stole this from someone else, probably Mark Twain or something, but it's a sign of higher intellect when somebody can consider an idea that they don't yet necessarily support, which I think is an activity, a thought experiment that far too many folks can't engage in nowadays. You know, yeah, and I appreciate where your brain is at, because even at the very least, I find it hard to engage folks about the possible ramifications and implications, right? So even if I could ask you to humor me and consider that the technologies that I'm trying to present, A, completely do exist as presented, and B, are potentially worse than I have even discovered, because what would be the odds that I have it all figured out, right? So if we do consider this idea that's not completely supported yet, like, I feel like we should at the very least have a discussion on what that would mean. How could these technologies be used to their worst case scenario, so that through that discussion we could at the very least potentially consider what may be signs of that activity if it were to come to fruition? Does that make sense and seem fair?
It does, and for these technologies to be refined and field tested, if there's a high degree of contrast between baseline behavior and aberrant behavior, that's noticeable. That's a strong signal of alarm average people will pick up. But if you have a chaotic environment with emotionally disturbed, or I'm sorry, emotionally aggravated people, you then have an environment where, bizarre behaviors or extreme behaviors are no longer a strongly contrasted signal. And it's the perfect environment to begin using these technologies to basically instill or inculcate radical behavior.
Nudge.
We know they can do this with nudging, but
Yeah.
this is not just nudging. Like this is a full,
Mhm.
the cop is behind you, you're handcuffed, and you're being pushed forward violently,
Mhm.
so much so that if you don't step it up, you're going to fall over, right? I do believe that's happening. I think it's primarily happening in more subtle ways, but that isn't what you asked me. You asked about why aren't we considering the much more tactical, precise, like the sniper rifle version
Right.
compared to the shotgun version, right?
Right. Like
Or a
what
net.
what could be the
Yeah.
worst case scenarios of what I'm presenting, with the potentials that these technologies could be, like, if, like, and again, we've had this conversation before. It's very hard for us as good people to consider what the bad people may be up to. I get that, but that's why I feel like as good people we need to actually engage in these thought experiments, or suffer the consequences, right? And so in my mind's eye, I'll go first. Um, I see a society around us where, through already known means of inciting aggravation, I mean, and that this can be accomplished through standard marketing, public displays of things, posts on websites, commercials, news programs, and the next thing you know, we have a crowd of people in the streets that have been riled up to that point. Now, all of a sudden, if a technology can be applied, to the point that I made before, as strange as it may sound, but with the level of complexity that it could exist, is that could they then just be nudged over the line to be antagonized yet that one step further by a personalized, digital intrusive thought machine that does it on a personal level to everybody in that crowd at that location at the moment that they're looking to simply incite a riot, to then go, look what happened. Now we have
Yes.
to react. Send in the
Indubitably.
troops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. If they're emplaced agents, as happened in J6, and not just J6, I'm not trying to pick a political side here, but if the agitators, right, if the double agents don't succeed in nudging the crowds to engage in organic, but encouraged behavior, well, that's when they bring in the mimetic snipers, right, the meme snipers, and they activate assets who are much more likely to respond to, direct stimulation. Look, there was a guy in the 60s who did 60s or 70s. He did experiments with bulls, right, where there was an
Yep.
implant in the bull's skull and it was charging at him, and he just stood there and he hit the button and the fucking bull stopped cold. Right.
Yep.
Now, if that can happen because an electronic probe in the brain stimulated parts of that brain to result in, behavior, right? Autonomic behavior like breathing and heart rate. You don't control those signals. Your brain does. You have systems in there that take care of that. Well, if you can remotely or without the need of a probe, right, using a field modulation, if you can basically tickle that into being in someone's head, you literally are pulling the puppet strings of their nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a question of if these technologies exist and whether or not they can be perfected. The proof of concept already exists in the animal world. We have something like Neuralink. We already know about all the plain methods of nudging and psychological framing and sculpting. This is just a much more deeper form of essentially mental rape,
Yeah.
by taking over your
Yes.
mind. So yes, it can happen.
Yeah, it's almost like electronic roofing, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
It's like an
Yes.
electronic roofie. You just nudging. She wasn't really interested in me, but I made her interested in me.
And it doesn't even need to be with electronic devices like that, or even devices capable of creating EM fields or any other radiation fields.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it simply with baffles and spoken voice. I saw a clip of a
Mhm.
professor in a lecture hall, and there were baffles set up in the room where he could speak in one particular direction,
Mhm.
and the sound, because of the properties of the room, would only pop down into one or two special zones in the room. Only the people there could actually hear well what he was saying. I'm relating the example very poorly,
Yep.
but that is a form of targeted perception modulation,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Now, that can be done bluntly, exteriorly, but it can also be done internally, not just by propaganda means, so that you have the person convincing themselves, right, with the fuel of your propaganda. But if you can actually now directly stimulate their nervous system and affect the operations of their brain, which we know can be done, what would someone whose job is to be a red team threat assessor, right, to train your own people, what would they do? Take this technology, go do your worst. We need to know what the enemy might do with this, and they do the work. And then you use that, and of course, it goes up the chain. And if we live in a system as corrupt as we think it is, the evil shit basically gets filtered and skimmed right off the top, black boxed. The folks who were developing the technology get patted on the head and they get their next assignment, and they get compartmentalized away into a mid-tier job and likely forgotten about, right? You can't touch them again. They know too much. And you use the next tier of loyal, employees to develop the technology. So does it exist? I'd bet my left arm it does.
There you go. I appreciate that. It's nice
Well,
to
Patrick, that
not
David,
feel like
in
the
that
only
interview-
crazy person in the room.
No, it's not crazy. It's completely grounded.
I know. From my
David-
perspective, I feel very sane in what I assert, but it's so few and far between people can even. I would say first and foremost comprehend what I'm saying, let alone engage it respectfully. They just put it in the goofy bin because I think it's too challenging for them to wrap their brains around the potential dilemma.
Bingo. In that interview with Patrick Bet-David, he basically took the position of, if that was true, it would be on the news, and the government would never do that. And those aren't his exact words.
Understood.
But that was that was the mental frame he was in, because he even said to you, like, I got to wonder what your angle is here, because, this, that, the other thing. And, what does this genius plumber who worked in the South Pole know? Like, he is so, he himself, that just displayed for everyone to see the vile baseness of what he thinks is morality, because he believes somehow that your intellectual worth or your character or your spiritual worth or your intelligence is somehow deprecated because you work in a trade. And he himself has no understanding outside his own very limited spheres of influence that working with heating and plumbing, and I don't know the first thing about it in terms of hands-on, but I can understand that there's a different way of thinking involved in that, a systemic way of thinking. And I've seen master carpenters do things with wood that I could have never fucking imagined in a lifetime.
Totally
right?
understood.
Am I going to discount them because, he's just a woodworker? Fuck no. Why would I?
Of
What
course.
does that say about me?
Yeah, as you live in your wooden home.
It's I couldn't believe it when I saw that. There he is, this multimillionaire, right?
Do you know how he made his millions?
Basically scummy, ways, like dating coach kind of ways. Not exactly that, but
I can give you even more information. My understanding was
tell me.
he was an insurance salesman, Wolf.
Oh fuck.
He's from the respectable trade of insurance salesmanship.
Right. Okay. Salesman shit. Yeah, okay. I don't like that person. I don't know him. He might be a nice guy to his friends and his family and loved ones, but I get greasy motherfucker vibes from him.
Oh, I was in proximity to him and his crew and their actions, and I could only say that my experience in proximity supports your speculations.
I could see in that interview, I saw when your face went red and flushed, you must have wanted to get up and either walk out or just deck that motherfucker. But had you done either one of those things, people would have said, "Oh, you see, he's not credible." Blah, blah, blah. So
I'm glad you saw the cues. Yes, that was. It was a very challenging conversation, and also edited, because they technically they cut the recording, and it was really interesting. Like his crew was good people. Like his crew was workers. I saw them getting treated like shit. He was like an authoritarian dictator, like I'm the king of the castle, snap my fingers, fucking move, right? And I could, I've been in these environments where you can tell, people are doing their job, they're getting a paycheck. They, when the boss snaps his fingers and says jump, they all repeat how high, but it doesn't mean they like it. And I got a cool read of that, right? When the official recording stopped, his production team, which was pretty big, all came like running in, was like, "Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?" They were super intrigued by everything that I was saying, and I started answering their questions. Patrick got engaged with one of his producers doing Patrick stuff, but then all of a sudden he realized what was going on. And he told everybody, he goes, "This is the conversation that we should have been having." So then he started the recording again. And we got into like a good, real conversation about what I was trying to disseminate that he was trying to block. We recorded all of that stuff, but then he never did anything with that portion. He left that out again. He stuck with the attempt to throw me under the bus, even though he at one point still wanted to hear everything I had to say, where it was more of an engagement with his crew than with him. So it was super peculiar. I'll
just to reassert control over.
Oh, absolutely.
His crew that way.
And I'm going to give you the big picture, because I appreciate that you put the time in to take a look at that. So I would like you to have a full spectrum understanding of that event that you watched. He flew me out to Florida. Everything was hunky dory. They delivered on all of that stuff, but they kept delaying we had a day that was scheduled to record, and they kept contacting me and saying that they wanted to reschedule And they were saying things to me to the effect of like, he's trying to make the set look more like Sean Ryan's set. So statements like that were being put out. Every single time they rescheduled the event, they apparently just called an Uber driver to make sure that there was an Uber driver available for the scheduled time. They never contacted the Uber driver that was supposed to get me that got canceled. And to me, that was very poor form and indicative of how little Patrick and therefore his crew cares about the little guy. Because I kept getting calls from Uber drivers who got my number from the producers who scheduled the event. Now all of a sudden they're like, hey, I'm outside waiting. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. The producers canceled it. I didn't have your number. I'm not in control of this. I completely apologize. I understand you got screwed, but there's nothing that I can do about this. I'm so sorry. And these people were livid and screaming at me, and I get it. But I was just trying to do my best to apologize, but it kept happening. And I was like, man, this speaks volumes of this group that I'm now engaging, that this is how they function, okay? And then obviously there's the event itself, where Patrick does his whole Patrick thing. You witness that effort of him and that whole exchange. I did what I did, which I thought was, defend myself against what were obvious attacks. I leave Florida. I get back to Alaska, and Sean Ryan reaches out to me. And he goes, hey, man, he goes, I just want to let you know that was fantastic to watch. He said that, how did he put it? He said, Patrick tried to like throw you under the bus and you wiped his ass all over the floor in his own studio under his own production, like kudos to you type stuff. But then he followed up. He goes, I want to apologize. He goes, because I believe that this was instigated because of activities between Patrick and myself. And this was Sean speaking. So what Sean informed me of was that Patrick Bet David was scheduled to go on Sean's show as a guest. And this was planned. And then apparently right before their scheduled interview, Patrick apparently then requested a copious amount of money from Sean Ryan to be on his show. And as Sean put it, he told him to fuck off. So Patrick apparently got really pissed, and Sean apologized because he said, I think you just got caught in the crossfire of he and I. He goes, I think he just brought you on because you were a guest of mine, and he wanted to make you look stupid directly that would then make me look stupid indirectly by association. So he informed me of that and apologized for me getting caught in the crossfire, which kind of makes sense. Because Patrick didn't really seem to be interested in my information at all, had no good research on the topic. It was just an effort to take whatever I said and try to discount it. There was no real research that he had prior to that interview starting.
That's a lot of important context, and I would, while you were saying that, I because of my own prejudices, and they are prejudices, I thought of the movie Trading Places with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy, and how the two businessmen brothers at the end, put those two men through everything just for $1, right? Their bet was $1. I think Bet David and Sean Ryan are working you. But
Totally.
I don't mean that.
Totally possible, Wolf.
You're naive.
No.
I believe they're working you.
There's not a faction that I have associated with since I've gone public that I don't believe in some capacity was attempting to manipulate or use me.
Yep.
That's how this game is played. I'm the ball that gets bounced from one side of the net to the other, while people apply efforts and intentions to direct my information and intentions. I think of there's a scene in The Kingdom of Heaven, the chess scene, one of my favorite movie scenes of all time, where he says, "You have to remember that all the world is all the world is a game of chess, and no matter who tries to move you, kings, queens, whomever, your soul is in your own keeping alone. So I do the best that I can, but I appreciate that there are kings and other factions attempting to control my maneuvering."
Yes.
It's from my perspective extremely obvious, but yet I have to do my best to move myself along the chessboard.
If you see, I doubt very much that Patrick Bet-David or even Sean Ryan, but definitely Bet-David, neither one of those men has ever heard of something called the principle of charity. When you're in a discussion that's important, that is far-reaching, it has implications that are second and third order implications that you can only speculate on because you don't have evidence, never mind proof, you don't really have good evidence. You need to basically trust the person, your counterparty, right? You need to invest trust in them that they're telling you the truth from a sincere point of view, not to fool you, not to bamboozle you. And they may have imprecise or even fumbling words to express what they are trying to relate, but try and help them express that. Find out where you have common ground and then build from there. Instead, Bet-David was passive aggressive and adversarial. He was dismissive of your background because you have a skill set, right? A tradesman's skill set, which isn't something that is worthy of scorn. And yet he treated you with a barely contained scorn at points in that interview. He could not open his mind enough to conceive that there's something about the world that sounds fantastic that he didn't know about that could possibly be true, because he's the millionaire, he's got the connections, he's got the success, and you're, quote, just a plumber, unquote. Never mind that. Anyway, I'm beating a dead horse.
No, I totally get it. I'm happy to hear your observations on this, because I think it's important for people to realize, the minefield that I'm traversing. I mean, I'm trying in good faith to get out this information, but I don't think that most people realize the obstacle course of that effort. And Patrick Bet-David was absolutely one of the most, I should say, the largest production that I had challenge me so directly versus be supportive. I've said, I've been interviewed by so many people now that I completely forget most of the people that I've spoken to. But in that activity, in the exercise of doing that, I have a very good feeling almost immediately when an interview starts, if somebody's going to be supportive of what I would call simply my effort, or if they're looking to undermine it. And Patrick's like, it seemed like 4 seconds after the mics went hot, I was like, oh, this is going to get wild quick. I knew it.
His interviewing style with you was caustic.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it was caustic.
Hey, did you catch my my Joe Biden joke that I squeezed in there?
I did. It was a good joke.
That was a good one, right? That was off the cuff too. I was pretty proud of that one.
They were able to source some media evidence of your Iran earthquake comment, but they weren't able to source anything with the Biden earthquake comment.
Right.
And I'm wondering if that ever got tracked down anywhere.
I have had other people find that. I mean, I do very little effort of trying to reprove things. Like, once I've come across something and I've proved it for myself, I will reiterate it. And then if someone else can't find it, like, I don't really care. Like, once I've seen it and I'm convinced, I'll reference it. But yeah, I have had other people do due diligence since then, send it my way again, but it wasn't even through my own efforts. So I'm cognizant that it occurred, and I'm happy to mention it whenever it's relatively pertinent.
If 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 and this is not urgent, but in the weeks or months ahead, if you happen to remember, I myself, I would very much like to see that so I can share it with other people, so that I can help contextualize another public statement. I think either Joe Biden or President Trump said. I don't remember which president said it, but it was about the undersea oil pipeline in the Gulf of, was it the Gulf of Finland? Do you remember when one of the Russian underwater pipes was blown up and they said it was Ukraine doing it?
Yeah, I remember that.
And the Americans basically said, oh, we'll take care of that. If the pipeline opens, we'll take care of it. Like, there won't be any flow. Like, they basically said, we'll make sure our will is effected.
Yep, I remember vaguely those circumstances. Yeah, that it seemed that there was a threat being made against that pipeline.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is contextual evidence to reframe a statement about an earthquake weapon or a threat of, oh, well, you're going to suffer, oh, it's just going to be fate, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
Fate happens to be the name of, SEAL Team, 9 or whatever will be sent in. So let's not pretend they play fair.
That just reminds me, I just bookmarked something yesterday about a gentleman who interviewed someone in Japan, and the Japanese person was stating issues about giving over their financial situation, I think he said to the U.S. and to the U.K., under threat of an earthquake being generated by a device that was coming from the people giving them a threat. And that was something I bookmarked yesterday, and thank you for reminding me, because I'll have to make a post with that one later. But yeah, I mean, there have been documented statements from folks that have said that, A, we could, threaten them with an earthquake, or B, people have said they've been threatened by earthquakes. Because this has happened multiple times, and it, as much as I can appreciate there's times that I've seen it, I can also appreciate that the internet has also been designed to be able to, scrub or make certain information extremely hard to find.
Yes, but also, if you think of an opera singer and a glass,
Mm-hmm.
right, and shattering a glass with resonance, right,
Mm-hmm.
well, it would make sense that if you have orbital devices, satellites, capable of firing a beam down through the atmosphere to burn a clear path through all the shit in the atmosphere, and then have the second stage of energy fire down onto a target zone
Mm-hmm.
of a particular geologic substrate, right, certain forms of rigid or crystalline rock down there, so that it may not actually be a true earthquake as in slippage between plates, but it is a resonance shaking or rumbling. It's the equivalent of an earth disturbance, an earthquake, as people would call it, right?
Super simply put, Wolf, it's a bomb delivered by a different means. That's all.
Yeah.
Directed energy weapons are, let me back up. Everybody can wrap their head around that if I launch a missile to Wolf's house, right? There's a warhead on there. The warhead, when at Wolf's home, is designed to explode, which is effectively just the rapid release of energy. The rapid release of energy at the precise location of Wolf's house would be very detrimental to Wolf, his house, his pets, and that would suck to be Wolf. But the device that delivers the rapid release of energy is conventional. It's a rocket, it's a missile, whatever word you want to use. It is conventional means to deliver a rapid release of energy. So now when we think of, and now also we can consider that would be if I impacted Wolf's house above ground, we can all imagine what would occur. If I could take that delivery system and put it under Wolf's house, that same rapid release of energy would occur, but now his house would shake, right? Because something has to happen. There has to be a reaction to the rapid release of energy below grade, and that would be an earthquake. So now if we go in the directed energy weapons modality, we're simply switching the delivery mechanism of the rapid release of energy. And through phased array transmission and Nikola Tesla technology, Nikola Tesla taught us that energy can be delivered from point A to point B without a propagated loss, and oftentimes with an increase from the amount sent to the amount received. As peculiar as that sounds, this was Tesla tech. So if I could deliver the energy from point A, my residence, to point B below Wolf's home, if I did that wirelessly without a missile using Tesla tech, it's simply directed energy being weaponized. It's the transmission of energy, right? We have Nikola Tesla gave us AC electricity and the ability to have a distribution transmission system so that power can go from point A to point B, but be distributed in a non-expedient way that doesn't cause explosions. But if we switch the parameters of this dynamic, if we deliver the energy wirelessly and we set it up so that it's at an explosive level of distribution, then effects could be caused. If I deliver it under Wolf's home, he gets an earthquake. That's all that's going on with these conversations, is the ability to transmit energy from point A to point B, the delivery system. We all know what an explosion is, so once the energy gets there, the outcome's guaranteed. If I released it in his living room, Wolf's going to go, ow, that sucked.
Imagine being able to fire a bullet that leaves the gun but appears inside the target somewhere.
Yes.
I.e., it doesn't have to strike the exterior surface of the target, right?
Yes.
If we're talking about energy, you can kind of fine-tune the focal distance of where it's going to manifest. If this, I don't know anything about the Tesla stuff other than what I've read. It seems plausible to me. So if you can trigger an energy release and have it, essentially manifest at a certain distance with some inverse square law of gravity, whatever it works.
That's the gist of it.
Yeah, you don't need to target only the surface. You alter the parameters a little bit, and suddenly you excite like a magnifying glass on ants, right? Rather than the energy hitting the surface of the ant's body, it goes through the surface and somehow concentrates on the inside. Not somehow, that sounds dismissive, and can be focused on the inside. And poof, you pop it like a piece of popcorn from the inside.
Yeah, this is just it's a like that Trump speech where he said, we have weapons that are so powerful you can't understand. Well, this is what he's talking about, folks. I get that it's really weird that we're at that level of disparity between the haves and the have-nots, but this science has been invested in for many decades, and I would say for a reason. If we're not seeing the return on investment publicly, and it's still being invested in, we have to question, like, what the hell's going on?
Do you know what a neutron bomb is? Do you remember learning how it's different than a nuclear weapon? So it releases radiation that doesn't destroy infrastructure, but will destroy biologics, right? Soft tissues and so on. So it's less physically destructive than nuclear weaponry, but it's still energetically destructive to human tissue, to vulnerable tissues, right? So it's a weapon of mass destruction that operates in, orthogonally to typical conventional energy release systems, right? And that's kind of what you're describing here. So it's like the energy weapon equivalent of a neutron weapon.
And even think of what we were just discussing before, the idea of energy delivery in one breath the conventional side, right, and then another breath the directed energy side. Okay. It's also not hard to consider that even if you were to conventionally, right, if you were to fire a conventional munition at a fault line, that might instigate a grander earthquake, right? And if you were to able to deliver a conventional munition below grade, albeit you may not instigate a greater earthquake, but the ground is still going to shake. So even in the conversations that I've had from, I'll use the term, folks from the program that want me to get the truth out there. In these conversations that I've had, they have asked me to emphasize, in regards to the phased array transmitters and directed energy weapons, they said, please emphasize that if there is a fault line, it is extremely easy to use these systems to instigate an earthquake because Mother Nature has pretty much already got it all set up to want to quake already. So pushing it over the edge is really easy to do. And they said, second to that, if there's not a fault line, using these systems to generate an earthquake is still not hard.
I can imagine right now how that could happen, because if there's no fault line there, but there are differing, if you are able to determine through satellite technology or just your sensing equipment, the different types of rock and soil, right, the aggregate, whatever is in there, if you can alter the density, not the density, if you can alter the integrity, right, if you could turn large slabs of granite into now, something filled with fault lines and fractures, right, you will then have natural pressures that were otherwise in check. All the parameters will now be different, will be altered, so that you could have new fault lines. You could set up mini fault lines, right, not from a planetary scale, but from a regional scale of rocks that are sitting together. Gravity is still going to be there, so if you can cause fractures that would harness, right, the natural ambient levels of gravity causing not up down force, but down forces, you can basically prepare the environment, like priming it, right? You allow that energy to build up over a period of time, and then you instigate what naturally occurs from a difference in the composition of the materials that were once there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. The way I look at it, simply put, is something's got to give. I mean, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You can't just release a whole bunch of energy into something and have there be no reaction. Again, it goes back to the conventional concept. Just think of it as being able to deliver a bomb somewhere. So whether it's on a fault line or a non-fault line, the rapid release of energy, regardless, is going to have an effect.
Could energetic stimulation of large areas of rock like this cause them to experience contraction or expansion? I mean, I'm not a scientist. I couldn't figure that out, but that sounds
I would
plausible
just
to me.
imagine that it's the same. Wolf, just think of it as like literally the same thing as if you had buried a bomb.
Mm.
And then you light it. So to me, it's explosive power that the environment now has to suffer. We've just simply, we know of bunker busters, right? Conventional munitions that will burrow down into the ground before they explode. And then we know the outcome of the explosion. It's inevitable once the energy is released. The outcome is very understandable. We're simply changing the delivery system in this equation. The energetic release conceptually follows the same standards.
Yeah. The men and women who are paid to come up with this kind of stuff, I wonder how they deal with their conscience.
I believe the way that the systems function to help alleviate the burden of morals is through compartmentalization, so that most folks are only functioning a teeny little piece of the dilemma, so that they themselves will somewhat will delude themselves to any responsibility to anything nefarious. They are
Right.
told that they are patriots. The component that you're making is going to save the world. Thank you for your
Yes.
service.
And, quote, even though it has dual purposes, the government would never do that. La
Right.
la 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 la. It's not like they would just, drop a second atom bomb after the first one did its work. I mean, it's not like they would let men suffer with syphilis for 40 years and
I-
tell them they were being cured. It's not like they would, engage in weeks long comatose levels of psychic driving of people. I mean, they'd never do anything like that.
I'm going to make a statement that I'm just going to throw out there. Do with it what you will, because I've often said my short experience in the submarine service is not something that I can speak about with a lot of detail. But I will say that there were times where I was having systems on the submarine explain to me about what they're for. And then there were times where I would say, but couldn't it also do this? And I was immediately reprimanded and told exactly what you just said, Wolf. We would never use it for that. And I'll go, okay. Copy that. Aye, aye. We will never use it for that.
Multi-stage, multi-system, multi-component, reconfigurable, modular, right, systems.
Absolutely. Modular
It's like
systems.
Lego.
Yeah.
Lego.
Yeah. That's what a lot of the directed energy weapon stuff is that each individual platform is manifold in its own capacities, but then each one being a module that could be connected to a different module in so many different ways, the variety of modules that are available, and it's so complex, the potentials that could be manufactured. So this is why I don't even like getting more specific than the term directed energy weapons, because it just becomes harder and harder to prove the specific system with module, like, 12 different modules to make something happen. Is it still a directed energy weapon? Yes. Can you prove the existence of that specific unit? Not as easily as you can if you just stick to the term directed energy weapon. Because the more you layer this, it becomes exponentially harder to prove that those 12 things were integrated on that one day to do this thing. It increases plausible deniability when you try to discuss it with greater specificity, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
So I don't like to engage in that activity. I like to stick to the general idea of directed energy weapons being problematic completely, entirely. We have to first agree to that, in my book, before we can begin to speculate even further on the potentials of what that means, because it just gets really complex really fast.
Well, think of it as a weapon system chemistry, right? You have a periodic table of modular units, right? Some of them fit together well, others don't.
Mm-hmm.
What can you craft out of that element set, that component set? It's like
Mm-hmm.
fucking Tinker Toy for the security services.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And super, super scary because of what becomes this huge list of possibilities for them. And then I think of what's probable, right? First, we have to understand all possibility, and then we have to have a discussion about what's probable. But if you limit your understanding of what's possible, then your list of probabilities will be missing things that should be on it. So I think that's why a lot of effort is put into denying the possibility of some things, so that the probability can be wholly ignored and laughed at by those that are, controlling the nature of reality by removing things from the list of possibility so that folks don't consider it. And this is why I like engaging, because at least you are open to the possibility of things that I'm saying, so that you will then calculate probabilities.
I just shared a slide that's a cheeky slide that's relevant, and it's a
Okay.
quote from Mark Twain that reads, "It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so."
Yeah. Yep.
And of course, in the picture, they're just friends. I know they're just friends.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are extremely sure that the United States government would never engage in such activities, Wolf, like almost like that Patrick Bet-David mentality. They would never do that.
Was
We
his
would
exact
we
mentality.
would know if that's what they were investing our money in.
Everyone knows the Earth is flat. How could it possibly be wrong? Just look around you.
Yeah.
Never mind that math mumbo jumbo. It's just not possible, right?
I'm really glad you took the time to watch that. I don't think most people watch any of my content from beginning to end, which I find typically I can understand that, just because I mean I've had so many conversations, and I pay attention to the stats on the videos, and it shows, oh, you put out a 2-hour video, 75% of the audience watched the first 25%. 25% more watched it to the 50% of the content, and 4% made it to the end of the video. So I started to notice that on the back of the house stats, and then I started noticing it conversationally. It was like that people, they're, the amount of information that shows up in an interview, the more important stuff shows up at the end. And that's the stuff that's the general audience that I engage with after the fact seems to know nothing about. So it's frustrating that after 5 years of trying to put out information, a whole bunch of people have a very superficial understanding of what I've said, because they don't have the attention span to watch one of many videos that might be an hour long. They'll watch the first 5 minutes and be like, oh, I understand what's going on here. This guy's some fucking plumber from the South Pole is making accusations that can't be proven. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I found Bet David's overall demeanor to be discourteous in the most plausibly deniable way. It was a barely concealed discourtesy.
It's such a good observation.
When he reached to shake your hand, I thought, fuck, he can't turn his hand away, but I bet you wanted to. You probably thought, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would have been thinking in my head, you motherfucker, you want me to shake your hand? Go fuck your mother.
Actually, so as a plumber, Wolf, and a wrench slinging pipe turner, I will just state that I have a better grip than most. What my thought was, actually, because I have done this before, I wanted to squeeze the living shit out of his hand with my right hand. And granted, I'm a lefty, so my left hand is better. But here's the technique that folks like me can do to humble other men: is you squeeze the living shit out of their hand, and then with my left hand, I would put it behind his right elbow so that he can't even pull back. That's what I wanted to do, was to grab his right hand with my right hand, put my left hand on his elbow, and squeeze his hand until he had a knee on the floor. That's what I was thinking.
or with the same level
On camera.
Oh, that would be delicious.
Right,
but-
because that would have been great just to watch him buckle on camera.
Motherfucker. I've seen him speak to his staff very rudely. He's an entitled fellow. He exists. Anyway, I'm not going to go on. Daz,
Yeah, I just noticed Daz's hand is up, and I don't know how long it was there, so I apologize if I had you waiting too long, Daz. But come on up.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to come and do my daily hello to Dr. Hecker and Wolf as well. I think when the two of you get together, it's really good just to listen, you know? I think I didn't realize how advanced your content was until I saw, you know, a bit of that documentary, and I was like, oh shit, okay, I'm gonna have to watch this again. You know, I'm starting to get it a little bit. I don't know if I could get through 2 hours because you was talking some advanced stuff, man. And I kind of understand now why you connect with Nathaniel and all of those people. So it's nice seeing all of your different layers, but I will just shut up and let you guys do your thing.
No, I totally understood, Daz. Love to have you showing up at Cawffee Tawk. It's fantastic. We got Cowboy Daz here, but yeah, I think you will find it very interesting as things are unfolding between you and I, Daz. You're learning that I am not simply the person that you thought that I was, and don't forget that that's coming from a common, let's just say, community here on X. So I appreciate that you're learning more about the angle that I'm truly firing from. But I'm going to ask you to make sure that you please pay attention to the environment that I've been operating in and the people that know exactly what I'm up to, where I'm coming from, the knowledge that I have, and notice who engages my information to support it, who engages my information to discount it, and the people that wholly ignore it. So these activities are worthy of discussion because there's many people out there that are pretending to be champions of the truth. And I would say that actions speak louder than words. And I hope you pay attention to the actions of these people. It looks like you have your hand up again. Go ahead.
I'm paying attention. I don't know. I feel like I've just lost 1,000 brain cells the last 3 hours just being in, I won't say the name, but some of these spaces over here are just becoming really redundant for me. But then I still find myself stuck in there trying to understand the dynamics and the history. It's just like, okay, whatever. So it's really refreshing to, you know, be with a proper content creator and understand that you are trying to whistleblow on things that the general public are not really aware of. I guess my question to you, because I know when you're talking about the energy weapons and it's like they can create like earthquakes and that, what else can they do, Eric?
So much, Daz. Manipulation of the weather, earthquakes, mental attacks we were talking about earlier. You know, the voice to skull technology to insert voices, thoughts, images. And with that, the communication goes both ways. So not just simply inserting information, but pulling out. You know, the metadata mining, as somebody had said earlier, you know, that people nowadays are realizing, right? Oh, that's so weird. This ad just popped up on my phone for this thing that I was thinking about, right? There's a level of engagement with the human organism and technology now that we're all observing, but we're not understanding the threat. When you take this type of interface, what are the potentials? What could go wrong? You know, worst case scenario, like we need to consider these things. You know, what's the worst that could happen if something's reading everybody's minds, gathering that information, and then in the hands of factions that now will process that information and then transmit back their ideas, their intentions. The term I've used before is invasive thoughts. So this is where we're at a big picture level of a massive amount of complexity. And I did say earlier, like, oftentimes I don't even want to get into the list of everything they can do, because I would think my list would fall short of everything that can be done. I don't like to discuss so much like the caliber of the gun as much as I want to discuss the guns exist. So I very much try to operate from the position of a conversation on directed energy weapons. Let's work together to put together a list of all of the potential problems, all of the different ramifications, and let's like start from square one. I don't want to pretend that I know all of the detriment that could come out from this. I'm not an expert per se. I'm an experiencer insofar as I've worked at the sites, I've come across some information, I've walked a peculiar path, which affords me to simply ring the alarm bell. I'm like the Paul Revere of directed energy weapons. I'm just letting folks know there's a fucking problem coming. I can't, it's like Paul Revere. Go ahead, Wolf.
I want to help frame a couple of things so that folks can realize how the information environment has been prepared to induce everyday people into immediately reflexively discounting the idea of reading a thought or having reading a mind or having an intrusive thought put in your head. So give me just a minute or two to kind of explain this.
Absolutely.
If you've watched any Marvel movies, Charles Xavier, right, from the X-Men, he has telepathy, and this is just one example. It's high fidelity reading your mind, like having a conversation without words, right? This is a Hollywood movie version of telepathy. Throw the idea of telepathy or mind reading, just throw that in the back burner as a comic book version of things. Think instead of telepathy, think of telempathy, okay? You have access to what people are using, right? What media they're taking in, what websites they tend to go to, what books they may read, what friend groups they may have, what shopping habits they may have. You can develop something called a psychosecurity profile on someone. Now, if you can crudely use, right, at a distance, EM fields to measure activity in areas of the brain that have been mapped out to correspond with or correlate with certain states of mind. You are, in a sense, reading mental states, not with perfect fidelity, but you have more information than you did before. If that is a singular component in a multi-component system, well, think about what a stage magician can do just with practice and a couple of balls and cups, right? That's essentially mind reading, if you think of it that way. Now, a corollary to that, or a component to that, the idea of intrusive thoughts. Just as movies and fiction have been seeded with these comic book, ideas of telepathy and psi powers and these perfect, accurate, targeted, high fidelity modes of interaction and control, think instead now of public media. And recently, you may have heard a few stories wondering about, do you have an inner monologue? X number of people, X percentage of people don't have an inner monologue. So now suddenly, all over the internet, people are wondering, well, do I have an inner monologue? Can I hear my own voice in my head when I'm talking? And apparently it's a real thing. Some people don't have an inner monologue like people with an inner monologue. There's a slight or maybe even a major difference. So now suddenly, if you're curious about not having an inner monologue, or do I have more than one inner monologue, you are now basically prepared. You've been primed, right? The possibility idea, right? The potential for that to happen has been opened up in your head. So what happens one day when you're particularly angry, you're doom scrolling, or you've just had a fight with someone, and you're looking, you're searching for ways to get back at somebody, right? You've been radicalized some way in your own emotions or personal life, and that is detected, by whatever, course, means, or methods, right? You are then developed as a potential target for further fine-tuned interjection of, ideas or thoughts. And then an inner monologue is formed in your head, or you get particular feelings when you look at particular images on the internet, right? All your activity can be traced. It's a call and response. Marco Polo, Marco Polo. Just take that up a scale or two in dimension and imagine what someone dedicated to squeezing an effect out of that kind of dynamic could do. Right? They're essentially playing three-card Monty inside your own skull. These are not, fantastical ideas. You can see them in the world. You can read about them. And if you look at the history of atrocity committed by the state against the citizenry, you know that they don't really have any boundaries. And they can classify everything and punish you with lawfare into silence. Right? Have you heard, Eric, yourself about this idea of folks missing an inner monologue?
Absolutely. And Wolf, you are way better at clarifying the things that I wish that I could clarify. I am so thankful that you are framing this stuff the way that you are, because I lack the ability to do that. Like I sit here trying to tell people, you don't understand the threat that's coming. And that's what I'm trying to express. The things that you've just said are the potentials, are the problems. I agree with you 1,000% that people, we have the ability to control people that have an inner monologue. Oh, but guys, did you know that there are people without an inner monologue? Well, then what do we do to reel them in and give them inner monologue? Like I'm thinking of the movie like Total Recall. Like you can show up to the CIA's inner monologue inception device. Like, oh, you don't have an inner monologue? We can fix that. Like, we can totally give you an inner monologue. Absolutely. And people will be begging for it at that point, because people don't want to be the odd man out also. There are a lot of human characteristics, potentially in the category of being character flaws, so to say, that these are the weapons that they're wielding. They're taking advantage of the things that they've been doing studies in for decades to gain ground and put their thoughts and ideas in our heads by a new technological direct method instead of just commercials. Like, we can all appreciate that we've been subject to commercials, which marketing and stuff like that is effectively putting someone else's thought in your head by a modality. Now there's just a new way of people putting their thoughts in your head.
Yes. And anyone who's taking notes now, and please write down if you are interested in these topics. There was a fellow in the 1970s. His name was Julian, Julian, Jaynes, Jaynes. And he wrote a book, and I'll repeat the title more than once. The book was titled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. Bicameral, the bicameral mind. So the United States has a bicameral House and Senate, right? Your brain has a left lobe and a right lobe, and they're connected with a brain structure called the corpus callosum. If you have particularly violent and damaging seizures, there are procedures that can sever the two lobes of your brain from one another so that the seizure is limited to one lobe or the other. Now, back to Jaynes' book. Jaynes' book is a long book. It's a big book. I've not read all of it. I've read sections of it. I don't understand it all. But in a nutshell, what he is suggesting is that human beings in the past did not quite have the same number of people, the same proportion of people, half the population, most of the population, some of the population, that had a mental model like we in the modern world have. Right? When you hear yourself wondering, should I have eggs today? Or if you have that inner monologue, or, he said this, I should have said that, right? That inner monologue, right? That is kind of a default mode for most people, we think, in the West, and in the world, not the West, in the world, right? That's my understanding. I have that monologue. I can think that way. Some people apparently think in images and sounds and other things, but Jane's book suggests, and again, I have not read it all. I can't vet the science behind it. It's an older book. It's a controversial book, but in a nutshell, he suggests that our ancient ancestors didn't quite have that same conception or understanding of what an inner monologue was, and they may have mistaken it for the voice of the gods or of demons or of some other agent that they were interacting with. And if we consider the evolutionary benefits of a tighter society with greater survival for children and replication of culture and genes through those modalities, right, through those technologies of culture and so on, those people who did have an inner monologue or were able to think in a competitively advantageous way against those with a different mental framework, over time they would have replaced one group of people. They would have displaced them in terms of the representation in the population. Just like we have a certain number of people who are sociopaths or psychopaths, there may be a certain number of people with an inheritable set of traits that allows them different parameters of mental life. And the standard, the standard breakdown of 90% to 10%, let's say, maybe it flows along the lines of left-handedness, right? What is it, 17% or 7% of people have left hands, whatever the number is. At one point in the past, Jane suggests that human beings had essentially, two or more identities in their heads. Now, this idea has been, and I'll finish with this idea has been very loosely kind of not picked up by, but continued to be explored by some computer scientists and philosophers, one of whom is named Joscha Bach, and he talks about something called the interpreter theory of consciousness. And I won't go on any more about that.
Thank you for that. That was actually super interesting, and I believe there's a lot that we don't understand about how this inner monologue, these different aspects of us function historically, contemporarily, or will in the future. But I also respect that there are people that are studying this more than you and I, and attempting to take advantage of their understanding and then wield it.
Jeffrey Epstein is known primarily for the lurid details of his sex crimes and financial crimes and his possible ties to intelligence agencies. Not enough people discuss the the support of cutting-edge research that he funded into every manner of technology that could deal with perception management, and basically asymmetries of technological capability in areas of genetics, sociology, physics, chemistry, life sciences, longevity sciences, transportation, energy, gravitics, propulsion, anything from a science fiction epic that you can imagine working in principle, he was funding. That's the real story.
I can totally smell what you're cooking there. Yeah, like I agree. I only superficially know what he was up to in his day-to-day operations. In a way, I can look at the stuff that we do know as just like almost like the, for lack of a better term, the hobby side of his life. It wasn't his primary work. He was, let's say, deviancy. We know his deviancies and what he did in his spare time. But what was he doing as a primary purpose in life? I don't think it was the deviancy stuff.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. I think of every technology that he was researching and funding as bunker technology or hostile environment survival technology, and you mix that with propulsion, and then you immediately have the ability to imagine off-planet habitations, off-planet vehicles. If you're familiar with the idea of a generational starship, it'll take us 40 years to get there or 400 years to get there. You're going to need to carry everything you need with you to survive that trip. The equivalent of the seed bank in Svalbard, where they have samples of corn and grain and this and that. He was essentially developing and researching and funding efforts to create a technology arc. That's the word for it, an arc, as it were. And we hear a lot of stories in the media about, the air quoted elites purchasing bunkers for themselves and making doomsday preparations. They're essentially doing the elite version of prepping. Why? Why would they do that? Well, it could be as simple as they got so much money, it's just for shits and giggles. If I can prepare for it, why wouldn't I? But it's far more likely that it's a little bit of that and a lot more of asymmetries of knowledge and their ability to appreciate or at least imagine long-term risks that they see and that we don't, for whatever reason. Do with that what you will.
Well, if any chance that you grew up watching the G.I. Joe cartoon series?
Knowing is half the battle.
Very good, very good. I think of Ghislaine Maxwell being like the Baroness and Jeffrey Epstein being like the character Destro, and that they worked for Cobra, but we don't know who Cobra Commander is yet.
Even in the greater G.I. Joe meta story, Cobra Commander was an agent of the serpent people that lived under Antarctica, if I remember correctly, or maybe under the North Pole, I forget where, the old Hollow Earth trope. So even Cobra Commander, the ostensible leader, he was a fucking proxy, just like every elected leader on the planet. The President of the United States, regardless of the name of the person occupying that office, that is a brand manager. That is not the leader of the country.
Totally understood. Yeah, and you're right. I forgot about that. We forget about Serpentor.
Then you find out about the Nemesis Enforcer, right? Their big alpha ass kicker. I don't know how the Joes took him out. I forget that. My buddy had all the toys. His parents bought him all that shit. He loved it.
Any chance you recall? So when G.I. Joe first came out, it was a mini series that would come at the start of the school year, and it was like a week long. And then eventually it became an ongoing series. But the original G.I. Joe cartoon series was about a weather manipulation machine. Don't know if anybody recalls that. Looks like Wolf got glitched out. Probably him requesting. Yep, let's bring him back up. Oh, I thought I accepted it correctly. Let's see, maybe. Oh, let's try that again.
I don't recall that about the show, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that was the original production, was that Cobra had created a weather manipulation machine. Somehow G.I. Joe destroyed it and scattered the parts about the world. But then there was a fight between the Joes and the Cobras to gather up the components again.
So a form of soft disclosure, as it were, or just that's one way to look at it, or just a show with a pretty cool concept. What if they had a weather machine? Yeah, that's cool. Not enough people know about that. Put it out there. Captain Planet was all about becoming a communist eco-warrior. Remember the show?
Yes.
Never watched it, but
Yep. I did find it interesting, even just in the idea of the the G.I. Joe shows, that, it taught us about terrorist factions, terrorists, so, pre-programming. I think a lot of the stuff that, the powers that be invest in is, long-term, and they're setting the stage for manipulation of adults of the future by making sure that certain concepts are seeded into the minds of the youth, as they would say appropriately, so that in the future, those conversations are already commandeered. Narrative control has already been created.
Yes, you have essentially been told that this Rorschach image looks like this, and by Rorschach image I mean the narrative, the story, right? The dots you should connect should result in this picture. That's normal, right? If you go outside that set of parameters, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're bad, right? You're anti-American or whatever political affiliation you want in there. It's pre-framing. It's called cognitive inoculation, right? Just like regular, inoculation with a vaccine. You get a little bit of this, you then see people who pick up the idea and run with it get quashed or dismissed or exiled or socially canceled, and you're inoculated against crossing that line, right? You won't go there anymore.
That makes a
what the
lot of
approved
sense.
thought. It's in us as human beings, as language using creatures with symbolic communication and a sense of time and mortality, right? Think about the very first humans surviving in a world of, limited food security, right? Limited environmental regulation of their temperature, right? So thermal security, shelter, right? Being prey animals to other, predators in the environment, wanting to be able to trust one another in high stakes circumstances, right? How do they set standards for behavior beyond grog take what grog want, winner take all? You program people with morals, with ethics, with standards of heroes and villains, with gods and demons, campfire stories, right? The standards of culture, right? Same thing is happening today. When people talk about predictive programming, that's not necessarily a nefarious thing. We teach our children how to be less selfish and less aggressive and less demanding, right? And when we bring them out of their terrible twos or whatever age, I haven't raised any children, but I've been one. And you see children move out of that selfish, greedy, nasty phase to then embrace fairness, and they'll even become tattletales in the pursuit of fairness, right? Until they realize that, well, mom and dad lied to me about Santa, or they lied to me about this. There are good lies and bad lies, and then everything just explodes out of there in complexities. So yeah, we teach people what is approved thought, what is not approved thought, and what happens to people who stray and color outside the lines. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Well, what we learn in X spaces is that you have to pick a side, Wolf. And if you don't pick a team and operate outside of the manufactured margins, both sides will attack you. Oh, wait, but we see that in real life too.
Yeah, this is where the principle of charity should take effect, right? If you really want to make headway, find out where you are in agreement and in accord. Break mental bread with those other people so that you are not defaulting to an adversarial mindset or a caustic mindset. And it's really hard to do, but really easy to describe, right? If you can find someone who you agree with about some things, can meet halfway about most things, and then agree to disagree about a few important things to be settled later as steel sharpens steel, well, then you found someone worthy of your intellectual investment, right? Worthy of spiritual investment. And I don't mean God talk with that. I just mean, your inner essence, your time, your energy, your attention, right? The intimacy of asking awkward and tough questions, right? As children can do. Children have the magic ability. You want to be my friend? If they're at the magic age, that's all that's required, right? In order to be a friend, in order to make a friend, you be a friend. Kids can do that. That's beaten out of us when we become adults because we are capable. We are instrumentalizable. We can become instruments for other people. And that means they have a vested interest in wielding us in ways that might appear beneficial for us, but that incur hidden costs and offer a harvest for them. Whatever that harvest is, you'll have to contextualize in your own life. But ask, who's harvesting from your attention? Who's harvesting from your default positions? Who's harvesting from your compliance to the standard official narrative? Who harvests from punishments or negative backlash when you ask simple questions that you've been encouraged to ask, but every time you do, you're either shot down or chastised for it? Who's harvesting from that and why?
I love the analogy because then it makes me think of, in the concept of harvesting, if we pay attention to the activities of those that are planting seeds for future harvesting.
Yeah, we think human beings move from being hunter-gatherers to being pastoralists and agriculturalists. Sure, that happened with food, but it also happened with the entire cognitive economy and ecosystem of human mind and thought. Anyway, I've chatted for too long. I'd like to hear a few other people either chat about this or share some of their ideas, or maybe even a different topic. But
fair enough,
and
it's not taken that way in the slightest, Wolf. I appreciate how much you respect the audience and others. It's a noble direction to operate from, for sure. But don't feel that you did anything inappropriate. I, for one, love the mental jam that you and I engage in. I learn a lot from how your mind functions. So I have nothing but an appreciation for the effort that you put into these conversations. You're the type of person that I believe I could probably sit down in a cafe with coffee or a bar with cocktails and speak about things for hours on end. You're very mentally engaging. I love that in people. Yeah, it's in regards to what you were discussing about that for which we agree and can disagree upon. So I've said before, so imagine you and I are sitting in a bar and just the whole idea of hey, Wolf, let's have a chat about the woes of the world and what we can do about it. I feel as two good-intentioned people engaging that conversation that we would gain more ground by just respectfully, like you said, when we come to points where we find disagreement, it would be more beneficial to the goal of the conversation to, in my mind's eye, this is me, that if we just immediately agreed to disagree on certain things versus engaging, bickering, and I'm right and you're wrong, if we just simply moved on from the things that we disagreed about and focused on the things that we did agree about, that it would get us back to the goal of making things better by not getting caught in wasting our energy on things that we may never agree upon. Does that make sense?
It does, and my rather functionally paranoid mind immediately goes to why that kind of discord doesn't happen at higher echelons of power. And the answer, I think, lies in the fact that some clubs, in order to join, right, the rule that's basically established about agreeing to disagree is you getting patched into that group with an act of atrocity so egregious that if you ever left the group, all your protection would be gone. Nick Bryant used this analogy, right? When you work for the pathocrats, right, when you join the dark side, as it were, you get access to riches, money, power, fame, whatever you want. It's like being on a yacht. You can have anything you want while you're on the yacht. But once you decide you want to leave that yacht, there's only one way for you to get off the yacht, and that's as fish food. Right? The only way off the yacht is to become chum. You get chopped up and thrown in the water. So these folks at a higher level, there's a strict hierarchy. Once you're in the in group, right? Once you've crossed that line that cannot be uncrossed, the Anthony Weiner laptop, if any of it is true, right? Agreeing to disagree, then that's not an option. You either comply or you are ended. There's no agree to disagree at that stage.
Unfortunately, I agree with you on that. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's not, disagreement is not tolerated in certain circles. I could totally see that. Yeah, I tend to want to function from the direction of live and let live to a point.
Everyone has hard lines. If someone asks me to use the term minor attracted person instead of pedophile, I mixed that up, pedophile, it's a hard no. I don't care what their problems are. I don't care what traumas they suffered. Uh, I'm not using that soft language. George Carlin told us about soft language and how it rots your mind. Some things need to be called what they are. Confucius, I believe, called this the rectification of names, calling things truly for what they are. Do not use illusory language to soften things. And there are aspects in your life where you can find that happening, right? Collateral damage. You mean civilian casualties, or do you mean babies blown to pieces?
Innocent victims would be another term.
Innocent victims. No, you mean 500,000 dead children in Iraq, with the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright saying, "Well, we think that price was a fair one to have paid." What?
Yeah, I'm right there with you on the hard line for the minor attracted pedophiles. What's that? Yeah,
They want to
it's
call
lunacy.
them minor attracted persons or minor attracted people. It's unbelievable. They deserve our compassion. Yet they do deserve compassion. For men, the compassion of chemical castration and essentially life in an exiled zone, because if they're a recidivist, they're done. I mean, here's a radical thought. Here's a hard line. We can agree to disagree, or maybe have a hard line. If someone drives drunk, right, on their first offense, right, your very first offense, your car gets repossessed, your license is suspended for 5 years, you have to go back through basic training, you're done. You pay the price, right? Your second offense, and I'm not joking about this, your second offense, driving drunk after going through that process, I'm quite happy with execution.
What if I was in court and the judge was like, "You roofied that girl," and I was like, "No, Your Honor, I'm just into chemical enhanced intercourse."
Right. That map language. Yeah.
Like, don't look down on me, Honor. It's just it's the way that I function. I'm born this way, just into chemically enhanced intercourse.
This is exactly what moral relativism has done. It has eroded clear boundary zones, like bands of color in a spectrum of light, right? I want to be able to see distinct colors of good and bad, moral and amoral, right? I don't want it all blended together in a gray zone of globs, right? There are standards. They need to be held to. These are extreme examples, of course. Um, but there are certain public responsibilities people have that we have indulged deviation from. And by deviation, I don't just mean departure from, I mean deviancy, deviation from, that are existentially threatening. Yet we endure them.
And part of me, I'm thinking stuff in my head, and I'm about to think it out loud, and I don't even know that I should, but whatever. I feel like there's just like certain, like almost like Passio would say, like natural laws that we've somehow deviated by applying unnatural laws to be the overseer in the equation. And I think of it like if I'm a father and I have a for legal terms an underage daughter, and a very senior man comes knocking on the door, and he just informs me that he wants to pick up my child to go out because he's a minor attracted person. My response, naturally, may not coincide with the world around me legally, but I would still say my reaction would be in the right regarding natural law. And we've unfortunately deviated from natural law to whatever has been promulgated as attempts at political correctness and fitting in with society, and an overabundance of tolerance.
I agree, and that's essentially a form of adaptive camouflage mixed with altering the environment so that you know the prey doesn't know that it's prey. Can you imagine? Can you honestly imagine? Not honestly, that's the wrong frame. I wonder how many times this may have happened already that we haven't heard about. Right? A man or a woman is coerced into getting a medical gene therapy shot, or one of their children is, and that person later is crippled or dies, right? And you find out that the shot was administered against your directive as a parent, or it was administered by stealth because the person who administered the shot, quote, knows better than you do, unquote, because you're insert political slander here. How many of those people have yet become garden fertilizer, I wonder? It's got to be more than zero. And I don't think they'd post many news stories about it, because then it would trend.
Yeah, I could follow that. I'm just noticing here I have another laptop open with some posts coming up, and on X there's a post from the CIA, from the Directorate of Operations. It says, ready to turn your curiosity into real-world impact? The Directorate of Operations Student Internship Program offers a chance for you to engage in critical national security work while you're still in school. Express your interest by 30 January 2026. You too can spy on your fellow students.
It doesn't say that, does it? That was a humor bit you added.
The humor bit I added. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, they may as well just come out. Actually, you remember that movie They Live with Roddy Piper and the glasses, and he could see the alien people who ruled the world?
Absolutely.
You remember that? So if you put on those sunglasses and read that post, it's, hey, want to be a snitch? We'll fuck you well for it.
Right? That's what I got out of it.
The ad. That's the ad.
Yeah, why wait till you get out of school to apply for a job to be a snitch? We'll hire you right now. I feel like we can call this new CIA program MAP. Now the CIA is minor attracted.
I have a video clip from the very late 70s or early 80s. It features a British politician essentially stating that, I'll share it in a moment. Actually, yeah, I'm going to get up for, okay, my dog just moved. I'll get up in a moment and I'll share it. But essentially, it's a British politician basically saying, yeah, we'll get anyone off if they'll do us a favor later on. And that includes men in inappropriate trysts with underage persons. We store up brownie points from helping them out. This is a BBC snip from an interview where he's talking about that.
The only thing that surprises me about what you're telling me was that this was put out to air publicly, but the offer seems to me par for the course, probably provided by many factions of many nation states. With that being said, I'm sure that Wolf is probably feeling a bit fatigued from all of the engagement, but we do have a full room of folks here. And if anybody else wants to request a mic and join in the conversation, don't hesitate. I mean, it's a mental jam session here in Cawffee Tawk. We're just going over what's brewing for 2026. And so far, not much looks bright on the horizon. Just Newton's laws of motion. I have not been watching the increase of goodness through the decades, So I just call it like I see it. I think things are going to continue to get worse until we see an equal and opposite force applied to the momentum that already exists. I feel like Steven Crowder now. Change my mind. Like, that's what I think. Change my mind. I think things are going to continue to steamroll and gain momentum, going in the wrong direction. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I'm witnessing. So I'll just call it like I see it. Say good morning out there to Tender, Hermetic, Upgrade, Tom, Sarah, Dank, Bass. Glitch was chatting earlier, Slinging Tools. I can respect that. And then we do have some new folk down there, so do not hesitate. And then also I often ask people to, please give me a follow. That helps. Please like the content that I put up. Commenting on it helps. Reposting it helps. To the extent for which you can engage, I would just say thanks in advance. I could use the help. Many hands makes light work, and a rising tide raises all ships. I did see a request had come in that I did approve for
Hello.
Shyla. Good morning.
This is the second time you've brought me up to speak. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Oh man, you had so many topics stimulated in me during listening to you and Wolf. So I don't even know where to start.
Whatever blows your hair back, Shyla. What caught your ear this morning and got your mental gears turning?
So many things. It just brought up just things I've thought in the past about all kinds of things relating. So okay, I guess I'll start with this. So you're basically these weapons where they're sending out signals and we're experiencing intrusive thoughts and inner monologue, people being more easily controlled and all these things. I want to tell you about an experience that I was having as a child that and see what you guys think of it, I guess. So yeah, I'm just kind of interested in your feedback on how you interpret it. So when I was little, and I was not vaccinated when I was a little child either. That's a key factor. Okay. I wasn't vaccinated till kindergarten when I started school because my mom had me at home. So she didn't file my birth certificate till 1989, even though I was born in 83. So as far as vaccines wouldn't have been a factor. Okay. So when I was little, I was having, upon exposure to certain people, and it wasn't like the same person over and over, it just would at random, their inner dialogue, their monologue in their head would actually come into my head, and my physical behavior, like my tone and inflection, my facial expressions, my body language, would completely mimic that person's personality while it was occurring. And my mom thought I was demon possessed when this would happen. And she would pray and try to cast the devil out of me. And it would sometimes it would last a day or two. Now that actual symptom only occurred when I was little. But do you think that was organic, or do you think that was possibly related to these signals?
I have no idea. I've never heard of anything like that before.
Me neither. I haven't run into a single other person that claimed they had that exact experience. So yeah, I was just curious if you'd ever heard of that before. And then as far as my own inner dialogue, it turned on for a period of time in my life, in my mind, where I would hear my own voice, and then it shut off and it went away and it wasn't there like that anymore. And I spend a lot of time very blank minded where I don't have like a translation in like English language coming into my mind, like spoken to me in any voice, or not even my own anymore. It was 2015 actually when it occurred. And I actually remember it was the end of August in 2015 when it actually happened. And it just all of a sudden just shut off. Because before that, for several years, because of trauma, I was having like extremely intrusive thoughts, just at such a rapid rate in my mind. It wasn't natural, and it was very distressing. It was literally making me feel crazy. It was horrible. So yeah, it makes me wonder about this technology, and if, and how it's affected me personally because of some of the things I've experienced like that. And yeah, so.
Man, I don't want to take too long on it, but that actually happened to me last year. It was in like probably September
Which part?
or no, not last year, but 2024, around the time of the New Jersey drones. All that stuff was happening. She was mentioning that she had an instance where she would kind of imitate her voice to a T, or someone else's voice. She was imitating that voice, and that her mom was scared of the voice or whatnot. But that actually happened to me, where my mom and dad's voice actually, I was having a conversation with my mom, and she was like really angry with me. And when she spoke, she said, in the time being, we don't need to go into full detail, but in the moment she said something, and it literally sounded like my dad when she talked. So that's really creepy that you said that. But at the time, when all that stuff was happening, too big of a story, but I don't know. It's bringing back what she said, that brought flashbacks back. I'm sorry. I was talking to Eric about it a little bit earlier, but I thought I was going through like some Kundalini awakening, and I I went down this huge rabbit hole online, and then I came across Voice of God Weapon and a bunch of video, and then I found a video that I think I have posted somewhere on my page, where they can change your thoughts, your dreams, your sexual preference. So if they wanted to, they could make you gay, which is crazy to me. So I just wanted to chime in, not take too much time, but you're not alone.
I think in the grand scheme of what you guys are both discussing, this just goes into know thyself and know the potentials that could work against your best interest. Both are challenging situations to engage, to become very well informed on. So it's just, the mission of life is to know thyself, so that things outside of you can have less of a negative impact. So, yeah, it's just
correct. And also, to speak on that, I think that a lot of the technology that's being used is nefarious. And behind that, there's another layer that it probably goes even into religion and like Satanism. You know what I mean? So who knows? I'm still here. I took a long break from X because of all that stuff that happened to me roughly over a year ago. But it's kind of weird to hear someone else come up, and it sounds like it happened to her a little bit more than me, because it was only like an instance, like a 5 to 10 second instance, where I was like, "What the heck? Your voice just sounded like Dad, like it sounded like a guy's voice. It did not sound like a woman's voice, like my mom's normal voice." So,
well, just to clarify, I don't think that's what she said at all. She said that she had other people's thoughts in her head, not that other people. Like, yeah, no, I'm not hearing the same thing here.
Okay,
well, I heard that too, but I thought there was another.
If you want to know what I said,
ahead.
Glitch is right. I did experience it the way he's describing, with their their voice, and their tone and inflection, their total dialogue, monologuing in my mind, with like I could hear it, but not through my ears. And it actually influenced my behavior as a child. And, it's funny that you said your mother and father, because out of they're the only person that's really come into my mind like that was my mother. So I wonder about how our genetics, your closest relatives they share specific genes, and how these could be harnessed like little radios transmitting signals to one another, and how these direct energy weapons might manipulate, end up manipulating an entire family through their genes in behaviors possibly or not, and how it all connects. It's really interesting. So
yeah, well, that's why I was. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but that's why at that time when that happened to me, so much stuff was happening to me because I lived my whole life not really thinking about anything like this, and then all this stuff's happened, and I'm like, oh, cool. I going through this Kundalini awakening. I kind of feel like I'm like on ecstasy or something a little bit once in a while. It's kind of weird, but
I feel like I'm still hearing. I feel like I'm still hearing a distinct difference in the expressed experiences. Shyla, from what I'm hearing, you're hearing somebody else's voice in your head, whereas Glitch was saying he was hearing somebody else's voice coming out of somebody else's mouth. That to me seems to be a very distinctive difference.
Well, I mean, ultimately, when you hear something, you interpret it in your head. You know what I mean? So,
well, I mean, okay, if we're going to go in that direction, then right now, you can throw any statement at me, and in my head, I could choose between my mother, my father, my grandfather, my brother, how any one of them would respond to the statement you make, and I would hear it in their voice. I have that ability to do that right now. And I would just say that that's just completely natural.
Yeah, I can see where I can see where you're coming from with that. I think it was just in the time being, like, it sounded like it was put it this way, it seemed like it was real life. Like my mom, for a brief moment, for like 10 seconds or whatever, her voice, I was interpreting it as my dad's voice. It's just really, really weird. And then she was saying something about separation of the family, or like what they're trying to do. That's exactly what that's what it boiled down to. I was like, why is all this stuff going on right now? I feel like whatever is going on, they're like trying to separate the family. Like it's almost like they have nodes on people, and they know what people are thinking, so they can what I mean, kind of manipulate.
Kind of, sort of. I think people. This just goes back to know thyself, because you may be making mountains out of molehills. I mean, I can't tell you how many times in a conversation, including today, where people say things, and I literally respond with, I'm hearing my grandfather's voice in my head. And when I say that, I'm being very literal. I'm literally hearing my grandfather's voice in my head, just saying something I've heard him say a million times before. I believe the activity is completely natural.
Okay. Well,
I'd like to offer a related but maybe helpful reframing of things with the word register. If you're a man, do not ever, if you're married, do not ever say to your wife, you sound just like your mother. Because she doesn't need to sound exactly like her in terms of the timbre of her voice or so on, but the register of her language, right? If you hear in your head, oh, that's not a good thing to do, you might hear it, right? Not exactly as a parent or some other person said it. The fidelity will depend on you, but the register of the language, right? The point of it, the words used, the tone, the feeling, the vibe, right? People see different, black and white or color. Some people are colorblind. Others have synesthesia. So how much fidelity to the voice is there, for me at least, isn't as important as the actual register of the voice. And if you know the nuances of the word register, that might make a little more sense. If anyone wants homework for the day, look up that term, register, in the context of spoken communication.
Thank you for letting me share that. And thank you for sharing your similar experience, Glitch. I appreciate you for coming forward on that. Okay, next subject that came to my mind while you guys were speaking. Let's see. Okay, weather control. It made me think a lot about the Turkey earthquake specifically, because it was really interesting how they also, at the time that Syria Turkey earthquake happened that killed like 80,000 people. Does everybody remember that?
Sure do.
Okay. Another factor was they also had a whole bunch of construction that was fairly new be put up that was all built incorrectly, which makes me wonder, was that all built incorrectly on purpose to increase the fatality rate? Because so many buildings collapsed that if they would have been up to code when they weren't correctly constructed, they wouldn't have necessarily collapsed. Do you know what I mean? Because they were newer construction. So yeah, you triggered that in my memories. I thought about that. What's your opinion on that?
First I'm hearing of it. But I mean, so you're saying these buildings were completed and not built to code?
They had some kind of construction flaw inside. Like, I'd have to research it again because it was like couple years ago, maybe 3. But yeah, I think the contractor did get like maybe looked at like lawsuits and things after the fact. And I'm sure that if somebody's interested and curious, they can search it and find some stuff on that.
It seems a bit weird to me in a stretch because
what was wrong with the buildings and what they did wrong when they constructed them to make them fall.
I don't think that they would. I don't think it would be much of a threat, right? If I was threatening you with an earthquake and it was a genuine threat, then why would you be building buildings before the threat was made to be in a state of disrepair to fall under threat? That it seems like a stretch.
It does. That's why I was bringing it up, because it just makes me curious about that, because the timing, and it did dramatically increase the amount of fatalities because it was lots of buildings. It wasn't just one.
This, I think, is a causal linkage that could be true, but I don't think is true in this sense. No shady builder needs any extra incentive to shave a few points off his costs by using substandard or repurposed materials. It doesn't need to be an element in some nefarious grand plot. It's simply, improper business behaviors or shady business behaviors just happening at scale. It happens everywhere. So, if anything, that operationally kind of preparing that to happen beforehand would almost be an exposure risk, right? Because you can already statistically count on a certain number of builders to cut corners. So it seems like a needless step.
It makes me think of my favorite word that I've learned from you so far, Wolf, apophenia, which is the over-connecting of things that aren't necessarily connecting, if I'm remembering it ballpark correct. Like, and I'm witnessing this to be like a super prevalent problem in our society and in these conversations, is that people are trying to connect things so hard that they're connecting things that aren't connected.
It's a natural human instinct. We all do it. Being aware of it will help you kind of restrain that instinct. And it's linked to your imagination. Remember, as a kid, like, what if this, and then what if that, and wouldn't this be cool, and wouldn't that be cool, and wow. So it's perfectly natural, but we should default to, what's the cost benefit ratio there, right? And what do we know, what do we not know, and what do we know that we not know, right? So known knowns, unknown knowns, right? Or known unknowns. I'm mixing it up. Things we know. So those are known knowns. Things we know about could be, but we don't have information on. So those are known unknowns. And then there are unknown unknowns, things we don't know that we don't know. And in this case, having those folks at a mass scale all kind of be cultivated into building with substandard materials, personally, I don't need anything other than just raw human nature to explain that. It doesn't need to be an element in a plan.
Yeah, I'm there with you on that one. It's just I would say coincidence. I mean, in the grand scheme of nefarious activities, if we were to just look at the aggressor in the equation, I mean, maybe there was a known in selecting a location, right? Maybe somehow somebody knew, oh, well, we can either hit him over here or we can hit him over here, where we happen to have intel that there was shoddy construction going on, so the impact of the damage can be reaped better. That would be more to where my brain goes, is that the opportunity was seized in an area potentially that it may have been a known that the construction was not up to par. I do see we have some new folks in the listener pool down there. Good morning, Justice. Good morning, Gene. Hope you guys are sipping on some wonderful coffee. Happy Wednesday. What's brewing for 2026? That's where we're at today. Got Daz dipped out of being a speaker and went to listener. I think we're blowing his mind. Oh, I got a request coming in here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you too. You're up in Alaska. How much snow's up there? Good amount?
Oh, we got plenty. It was a delayed start to the season, but in the last week or so, Mother Nature has been catching up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in Michigan. There, we had a really big snow like probably like early around like mid December, right before Christmas. But we had a rain come in and wash it all away, and now it's starting to come back. Michigan winters aren't what like they used to be.
Yeah, we won't be getting rain for a while up here. Hey, good morning, Gene. I see you got your hand up there. Come on in, sir.
Just morning. Just wanted to say good morning. I was had a surprisingly busy morning of running around, quite unusual for me. But just was enjoying the tail end of that last volley of exchange there. I wasn't quite sure, I didn't get to hear the beginning of it, but fascinating as always, nevertheless.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, I hope you have your coffee in hand and one of your stogies that you can relax now after having such a busy morning.
I'm sitting out in the yard with exactly that and contemplating nap time.
There you go. Priorities for the... Oh, it's afternoon for you already, huh? You full East Coast time over there?
Yeah, it's 1:45 in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, Gene. You got gray hair. You need a nap.
yeah. Usually around 3 p.m. is when the real consideration hits.
What's the temperature outside by you right now?
I think we're in the 50s. So we just got over
God damn, 50 degrees.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, it has been Arctic by by our terms the last couple of weeks. So this is really the first day I can sit out and not get the numbed, chilled fingers.
Arctic? You guys got down to like minus 40? That's wild.
No, Arctic by ice standards. We're in the 20s. In the 20s still.
Oh,
but
jeez.
It's wind chill. Wind chill takes it down.
I was dying laughing. I went to Australia a couple of years back, I guess, at this point, and it was their winter time. And I think it was, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was relatively windy. But I think it was like, I don't know, like 40 or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And these folks were outside in full-blown, like, Canada Goose jackets and stuff like that, just bitching about how cold it was. And I was dying laughing. It was so funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of years, I've noticed I'm at that age that my bones start hurting when the wind gets too chilly. So
I used to be in a different format, I guess. I don't know how to put it, but it used to be I could tell if it was going to snow because my right knee would start hurting, and it used to be pretty damn accurate. But I don't get that anymore. I guess my knee's doing better.
Yeah, I've been getting the headaches. You know, I'll wake up when the barometer drops. That's been the last couple of years too.
So, if this is a good time, I'd like to ask you your opinion about Venezuela with the direct energy weapon rumor going around. So, do you think that that guy in Venezuela who told his testimony, one of the guards, of how that all occurred, is just a psyop, or do you believe they used that type of weapon, some type of frequency weapon in Venezuela, legitimately, like did do it, or do you think it's a psyop?
I believe both are going on. I mean, there's only one person commandeering and controlling the narrative for perception management. So is there a psyop going on? Absolutely. What's the topic of the psyop? Directed energy weapons. They're both true.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and just to piggyback, Eric, like you've talked about before, the fact that it became such a headline is probably indicative of what we use being at the end of its life cycle, and the next generation will be deployed, and that being somewhat of a message to the others to whom the government wants to send a message.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the fact that we're only getting one person's testimony. I'm sure there are other people there. Is there a lack of journalists? Did nobody put in due diligence to get corroboration? I mean, there's got to be a lot of journalists in between here and there. They could, at any point in time, do their jobs, or they can just regurgitate. We see all the people just grab the one source, and everyone runs with it. So to me, there's a raging agenda now to discuss directed energy weapons by some means of a controlled narrative.
So, on that note, with the Venezuela, another thing I'm speculating about, because, you know, I like to add more things together than necessary. I'm human. I wonder, okay, now they had all this Chinese and Russian weaponry. And, you know, I just find it really interesting that absolutely, I mean, of course, China's going to give them the crap and keep the good stuff for themselves, you know, and not display it to the world exactly, you know, what they think they can do in their defense, because they're big and, you know, they got money. So, like, where was I going with that? I'm sorry. So I kind of wonder if China and the United States, because China was over there like supposedly hours before it occurred. I kind of wonder if China was in on it and decided to not let their technology be triggered at all. Like they were already had it deactivated in the beginning, like prior, you know, and because everything just went so smooth, so supposedly, you know, and also like I know they're trying to show this intimidation to the world that we're intimidating China by stopping them from getting oil. But do you think maybe China just wanted us to clean it over here before they haul it over there, and they were losing too much money and maybe they worked out a deal?
I don't. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Shai, that you're speculating. I would leave it to you to support anything you just speculated first and foremost before I even engaged it. Otherwise, I have no reason to engage your speculations, to be honest. It's just you're just applying imagination. You give me anything that supports what you're saying, and I'll engage the anything.
Well, they've already announced, Trump's already said we're still going to sell oil to China. So that's a little bit of proof.
Not
on
really.
that.
Like
I'm just
not for what
asking
you're
other people's
suggesting.
opinions and if anybody else has thought of that. I don't need to be curious. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's just displaying your imagination, and there's nothing I can like. I don't know where to engage at that point. I mean, there's nothing that I could say that promotes or denies the speculation. Go ahead, Gene.
Yeah, so I'll just say, again, based on my experience, generally other nations have a heads up when these things are going to occur, both from internal intelligence and through diplomatic channels. My read on the China situation, China being in Venezuela somewhat unexpectedly at that time, I think a likelihood exists that China had the hope that by having a diplomatic mission in country meeting with Maduro would throw off the U.S. timeline. It obviously didn't, but I saw that as what the Chinese move potentially was. The rest of it, Trump saying he's going to continue to sell to China, is just the sort of backdoor diplomacy on things.
Yeah, what you were saying was news to me as well. So yeah, I'm not actually following this whole Venezuela thing or the politics around it with any depth. The topic of directed energy weapons came up in regards to the activity, and I'm more paying attention to that aspect of the conversation, which from my perspective appears to be very much narrative control and perception management on a topic that typically was not as public. So it's interesting to me in that capacity. But albeit we've apparently crossed the line, and now the regular news media is awash with the topic of directed energy weapons. So something drastically has changed. And then, Gene, as you and I know, and some people in here may also know, this is a topic that I've been public on for 5 years. I went and testified in Washington, D.C. in this specific regard. I'm finding it rather telling that the news media hasn't reached out to communicate with me, because I don't play ball and I won't engage the narrative control and perception management. I mean, of all the times in the world that you would think the media may reach out to me to engage this particular topic, the activity is still not occurring. So I think it makes me laugh to see how much perception management is being applied. Just is what it is. Go ahead, Gene. Looks like your hand's up again. Fire away.
Yeah, no, actually, it wasn't up, but I'll jump in anyway. No, I agree 100%. And I think we've talked about this before in a number of ways, this idea that they, it's interesting who they put forward as the experts on topics once those topics emerge are never the people who have been talking about it seemingly for decades prior.
Yeah. It would be as weird to me now as like if all of a sudden the news was awash with there's an unknown, as of yet, Russian scientist plumber that was looking into exotic technologies, and then your phone's not ringing. You know,
I had us on mute. Otherwise, you would have heard the Robinson 22, the little bird black helicopter just flying over.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, just went over as you were talking.
That's hilarious. You never know when they're going to show up.
But you're right. And I've seen small signals of it. People trying to grab that narrative and starting to frame it. And similarly with this, yeah, I'm quite surprised. Even this space, or the X world, that your dance card is not completely booked up on this one.
Isn't it funny, Gene? Like, to me, it speaks volumes that these people aren't genuine from either side of the fake feud that we're watching. I have aligned with no factions, but yet they're all bickering amongst each other, claiming to be champions of the truth, but yet all the superficial speculations and debates they'll engage ad nauseum.
And that's what I wonder. Do they just have that short of a term memory?
No, it's COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
That's the only way that I can rationalize their actions currently. It's standard operating procedures that have existed for decades. It's when you're familiar with the procedure, it's very obvious what's going on. I appreciate most people haven't done any research into how COINTELPRO works.
Absolutely. I see Whistling Mike out there in the audience. I don't know if he's put in a request to speak, but would love to hear his EMP thought.
I have not had a request. But yeah, I mean, that's where my brain is on it right now. Those that ignore engaging my information are showing me their hand. It is what it is at this point. Especially with as the world turns, so to say, and the topic is becoming more at the forefront.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you certainly once I saw that, you came right to mind. I don't know if I even sent it to you because I was like, oh, here we go.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Watch Hecker get ignored at an exponential level. Yeah, I mean, who should people be engaging in regards to these topics? Any other whistleblowers that went to D.C. and testified against directed energy weapon systems that were located anywhere on the planet? Anyone? Bueller. It's a joke at this point, to be completely honest.
Right, but they whipped out the old Peter Ducey footage of him getting hit with a heat one?
Yeah. Or we're going to wait for the next Lou Elizondo photo that gets debunked within 24 hours, and the internet will be all the rage with engaging the value or lack of value, which again is just a fake feud. And
yeah, and the other part of the EMP thing, I think, is the amount of stuff I'm seeing now on the Havana syndrome,
mm-hmm.
and sort of forensically examining that again. And going back, and I'm like, okay, but there's new things out of that, which I found kind of like it was their only fallback, it seemed, or the safest fallback perhaps, than introducing something new.
Yeah, and then again, I like the term directed energy weapons because it covers all of the bases per se, but the story was calling it sonic weapons, which is technically throwing people off the scent of the pulsed microwave beams that would actually cause the symptoms. So was a directed energy weapon applied? I absolutely can believe that. Was it a sonic weapon? Probably not. Was it a microwave weapon? Probably. And all of this stuff can be looked into about the production of said weapons, the symptoms. So in one breath, They're putting out some truth, but then in another, throwing everybody off. I mean, even watching the general audience wield the new vernacular they're being presented, you can see the confusion because people are discussing the term like Havana syndrome, like it's the weapon and not the symptom. So there's observable confusion by people that even think that they're following along correctly. Now we have Mr. Whistling Mike requesting request approved. And
Yeah, I would agree. And definitely not a sonic weapon that's being repeated over and over and over because the storyline's just been grabbed and ran with, like you say. Again, I mean, we're living in this weird world where either newscasters or podcasters have become experts. They've jumped over from interviewing experts to now being the experts. And you see things happen like they listen to the experts, but then turn you into one of their sources that you never agreed to be so it can repeat what you said. And this is the problem in all the world, including this whole UAP topic, where they're interviewing each other, they're writing books, they're speaking on the tours. Yeah, let's get the experts actually back at the mic. It's helpful, believe it or not.
yeah, they seem to be pedestaling and spotlighting people that are just continuing a fake feud, which to me is just COINTELPRO operations. Keep the folks bickering about the BS, and that effectively dissipates the energy in the general audience. And we're already observing in the general community that people are throwing their hands up in the air and walking away from the argument because they went there in good faith, thinking they were going to get the truth at some point, but they just keep getting a new chapter in the book of argumentation presented week after week.
Yeah, it's bad to say, but clicks and how many follows you have is a paycheck. And it's pretty easy to see who views it only as that, not as actually, providing valid information. And, again, I'm an expert in certain things. Gene's an expert in certain things. You're an expert in certain things. We're not platforming ourselves where we're an expert on directed energy weapons, also mummies, also, or you know what I mean? Like, pick a topic, right? Pick a topic, be the expert, and then let it go to the next guy who could probably speak on it. Some education is just not happening.
Yeah, and then to me again, it speaks volumes as to who the people are that are involved with the perception management and controlling the narrative, have the ability from wielding power over both sides, which gets us right back into COINTELPRO operations, by choosing who gets pedestaled or spotlighted to be the topic of said fake feud. That's the power. I mean, not for nothing. I'm like we can throw stones at any side, and I'm just going to laugh and say both sides are useful idiots that are under the control of higher powers.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just I can't imagine listening all day long to people's narratives and not really gaining anything from it, or only being told it from your confidential sources. Like, there are actual experts you can put a name to, right? Put your name to it and what you said, and then take questions. Like, I mean, it's just stunning that no one's hollering for that right now. That's really what's needed here, not more. You've been told this, or you're repeating this, or you're directly copying and pasting this. I mean, it's a news cycle. It's not education. And if you're not educated on the topic, you go nowhere.
I think of it, I'm a tradesman. I think of it like if you hire a contractor to build you a house and a year later there's no progress, you have a shitty builder. That's it. So we have for lack of a better term, we have two opposing contracting companies that are caught up in a fake feud. But at the end of the year, neither side has accomplished constructing anything. So I'll just put them in the same boat as piece of shit contractors.
Yeah, I'm taking a step further. If they were forced to actually build something, which at some point in time they will, like when they give dates and stuff and things don't happen, what you have is you have your ramp or your steps or your stairs going into a side of the house with no door, and the door's on the other side. Like that's the sort of build you're going to get with these idiots who are just claiming to know stuff when they don't.
Yeah, I mean that's a perfect. It's a complete understanding in the contracting world. Also, is that they do that all the time. If you have a shitty contractor and they keep giving you dates and they never make the mark, again, you just immediately realize, wow, I got connected with a shit contractor. It happens all the time. It's just for some reason when it comes to this, the UFO debate or the disclosure stuff, nobody wants to just admit that across the board, we seem to be dealing with folks that either in a benign sense just simply suck at what they do, or in a more nefarious aspect are being set up to suck at what they do, or in an even more nefarious capacity are happy to be paid to pretend they're good at something while their intention is to actually suck at what they do. But across the board, as people that are actual champions of the truth, we should shame all of these people as shitty contractors and brush them off to the side and realize that they're actually an obstacle to getting to the truth by some level of design, that we don't need to bicker about the differences because the proof is in the pudding. If the construction hasn't been accomplished after a year, failure is failure is failure by any definition. Get the fucking shitty contractors off the site.
Yeah, and I mean, I know people that we have in here are all positive people. They like to keep things uplifting. So I want to make sure I frame, mine in the right way, right? We're going through a problem where it's kind of like a pyramid scheme, but everybody's bought in. Everybody believes these people are going to provide this sort of return. I mean, that's not what we're doing. Okay, you cannot have two podcasters who are being experts on something like underwater USOs, and neither one of them's ever been in the Navy, neither one of them's ever seen a USO, they don't know about radars, but they're on the circuit speaking. That's just called opinion, and that's fine. Everybody gets to have an opinion, but again, those can't be the people with the 10,000, 100,000 views. Those can't be the people writing books. We need a change of pace here. It can't be the pyramid scheme, right? What happens at a pyramid scheme? You end up getting burned, you end up losing things, and that's what's going on. People are losing their money, they're losing their time, and there's no answers over this whole disclosure thing at the end. The same way with this weapon system. You're going to be so confused at the end of it, you will almost not have the ability to get back to where the truth is when you finally hear it. When someone jumps up there and Eric talks about things, okay, these are actual problems. The saying that if you stay on the wrong train too long, it's going to take that much longer to get where you're going, right? That's where we're at.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking on that one, and I would just say, welcome to my world. I mean, I've been at this for 5 years. I've actually been to Antarctica, but there's other people profiteering and writing books about the secret goings on in Antarctica. But it's nothing to do with what's actually going on in Antarctica. They're profiteering, and they're also part of some sort of yet undefined faction. We have all kinds of conversation in the last year or so about whistleblowers and skiffs and the factions and stuff, and yet I don't see anybody actually blowing the whistle or going into skiffs, but they're all operating from a position of knowing these topics and preaching about it. But I'm sorry, I actually went and blew the whistle and have been in skiffs, and what I'm seeing is a whole bunch of con jobs.
Yeah, again,
playing the part.
Everybody's got a right to their opinion, but you need to establish, is that your opinion? Or, right, like myself as well, I went to DC over 2.5 years in the SSCI skiff and to the Aero skiff. There should be one person, whether I agree with them or not. We do have a couple whistleblowers on Twitter. Whether I agree with them or not, on every single one of these shows for their input when we're talking about how Aero works, how the UAP cockpit works, how disclosure is going to work, how directed energy weapons going to work. you need at least one. If not, you're kind of running a con job because there are people willing. Okay, it doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be Eric. I mean, if it's a particular expertise, it should be. But if you can't go through the trouble of bringing one of these people onto your spaces or your YouTube channel where you're talking for 2 hours over a subject, then it's just a load of crap. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I've only been in X spaces since I think maybe March or April of last year. And, you know, I dipped my toes into the conversations in good faith, you know, thinking, let me find out, you know, what's going on with these conversations. And, you know, for all practical purposes, I feel like I showed up to somebody's house for Thanksgiving dinner and inadvertently wound up sitting down at the kids' table at the Thanksgiving meal. So I've since exited from the more juvenile conversations, and I'm trying to find people that have an appreciation for how these conversations should actually go without all of the incessant bickering, without getting caught up in engaging unsubstantiated speculations and, you know, facts over fiction and feelings. And most people don't want to engage the facts of the matter. They want to engage in the incessant fake feuding that's going on. And I would just say, hey, you know, if that's the games that you want to play, fine, but just be straight and say, like, you know what, I don't really give a flying fuck about the truth. I'm just here for clicks. I just want to have fun. But there are folks out there that are trying to do the right thing, and the fake feuding that's going on is certainly able to be called out for being an obstacle to those that are trying to get to the truth. It's very fair.
It is. There is a degree mill called investigative journalist that everyone's giving themselves now, and somehow that makes you the person where you're now the expert. It just continue on and on and on and on. Most of them have gone as far as to say they have some sort of massive secret that would solve the whole disclosure thing, but they can't reveal that. I mean, it's right in front of people's eyes. I mean, even myself, right? You know, I have various things that I have to address with threats and issues and security. So Gene helps me out with that, right? I'm not an expert on everything. I go to people who understand that world, you know, intelligence world, the security world, and that's who I listen to. So that's what we're trying to say here. It's not a bickering of knocking people down. It's should you be listening to these people, and I'm just not seeing it happen.
Yeah, I'm all for the proverbial throwing of tomatoes to people that find themselves pedestaled and spotlighting that are spewing shit to the public. Only because I operate from being able to stand on a solid foundation stone of experience, documentation, and facts. So when I see the fiction and feelings being thrown at the audience, I'm very happy to throw tomatoes because somebody's got to do it. But with that being said, I'm not going to waste time in getting caught up in their shenanigans and fake feuds because that's a dissipator's activity. The factions that are against the champions of the truth love throwing moles, provocateurs, and dissipators at them. The cool thing about the digital realm is that we can choose our battlefields, and when we engage, fire off a couple of rounds and then disengage before you get sucked in by the energy-sucking dissipators.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you know, there's plenty of places for people that are experiencers. I've never dealt with that. I don't know anything about it, but none of them are claiming to be experts to solve disclosure. They're just speaking their piece and their story, and they're listening to each other. That's a good thing, right? It's what we're saying is when you get into the individuals that are writing books and are showing up channels and are interviewing themselves, and they don't know a damn thing, and they haven't been to a skiff, and no one's valued their information. These aren't the right people, and they are actively making sure the people you should listen to are not there. And they're actively using terms like my source, not to protect sources, but to protect themselves from ripping off information or
Right.
making stuff up.
And or
It's
the
bad.
people that are self-titled experiencers, right? I don't have to trust anybody, right? The intelligence community could send 10,000 people into the X spaces tomorrow that claim to be experiencers. You know how we separate the wheat from the chaff? Is by requesting, demanding actionable intelligence. Anybody that shows up to these conversations that does not have actionable intelligence should immediately yield, get out of the way of the people that do have actionable intelligence, and push them towards the spotlight and pedestal. That would be the actions of good intentioned people. So actionable intelligence is the goal, right? People want truth. That means not the unsubstantiated speculations that people keep getting caught up on. If the community really was operating in good faith, they would also be seeking out actionable intelligence, and then when it's found, they would help that person in their fight.
I just want to say one thing, and then I'll let Gene jump over. You keep going here because I got to jump off here. But I've spoke to some of the bigger podcasts and the bigger stars in this, and what I'm always told is I have no entertainment value.
Understood. Therein lies a problem with the community. I appreciate that. I think I suffer the same thing. I'm told that I'm too gruff. I'm mean.
Yeah.
You know?
Think about that. Everybody needs to think about that when they see who gets picked for all your big shows, even when you get into Joe Rogan and things.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how it goes. This, for the most part, this is entertainment value for everybody. The first speaking engagement that I went to was 5D Events in Las Vegas. They do tons of shows, tons of productions. The proprietor, I think it's David Saeed Farbman or Saeed David Farbman. I was told after I gave my first public appearance to disseminate my information in Las Vegas, I was approached by the production team and directed that I had to figure out a way to take my experiences, my reality, and make it supportive of the flat earth theory story, whatever you want to call it, right? But that was what I was directed to do, or that I would be thrown off the speaking circuit that they wanted to align me to. So I immediately responded, "Go fuck yourself." I see Gene. Looks like your hand up. Fire away.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add to that this idea of discernment of the information and the people with information coming forward and their credibility and all the rest of it. And I ran through a little mind exercise one night when it came to people talking about their being by the government. And again, sometimes, I said, I hear the story. I'm like, okay, well, the government's really dedicating resources to this. And then, began thinking about, all right, so what resources would need to be allocated to target an individual at this level? And, built on that and, came out to, the 1.2 million a year. And, as I built it and then said, okay, so beyond the UAP issue, and then you get beyond UAP issue, there's actually, these targeted individual communities of 60,000 people. And, you start in the manpower and you say, okay, if everybody is telling the truth and everybody's perceptions are correct, then there is some organization or people with, there's 560,000 U.S. government employees at almost $150 billion a year dedicated. And, you compare that then to like the entire budget of the intelligence community. higher size of the U.S. Armed Forces comparatively, and you've got to stop misconstruing chance events and such, and and so do we as a community therefore have a responsibility, dare say, to discern who we are platforming and the rest when it comes to that as an example.
Excellent example, Gene. And your math does beg a lot of questions for sure. In the grand scheme of perception management and controlling the narrative in regards to technologies that could target individuals, I believe it would be way more cost effective than what you had mentioned for the feds to simply just infiltrate the community of TIs and pretend to be TIs. So therefore, the conversation is now controlled, and that could just simply be a side job for any Fed that has a primary role in any other capacity. They just get secondary standing orders of, oh, by the way, I need you to make 2 posts a day in the targeted individual community, and claim that you're a TI. Yeah, I think most TIs that have reached out to me are like, you have to help me. I'm a targeted individual. It's not that that reality doesn't exist. It's just that just like the disclosure community conversation, wholly fucking stuffed from top to bottom with lying fucking feds. And I know everybody's like, oh, you're a Fed, you're a Fed, you're a Fed. But you know what? What we're learning is that it's really cost effective since they saved shitloads of money from no longer having to invest in the mass media that was owned for many decades at great expense. The internet and these spaces afford very low budget engagement on a scale that most people aren't appreciating. And I see we got, it looks like Whistling Mike's got his hand up again. Fire away.
Yeah, just to jump on the 2 points that you made, Gene's point, you go back to public records. I always like to point at something. NQTEL, CIA's investigative arm, doesn't put a whole lot out anymore, but if you look at the press releases they did put out too long ago, years, maybe a decade ago, that's what they were buying. They were buying companies that could...
They should call you Mumbling Mike.
Social media, and then the social media would essentially tell them what, as a mass, the people were thinking, right? So that was in there. So if you put something out and you overthrow government, if the people are taking your side or not. But now it's just marketing software. So the fact that this many people would be targeted is nonsense. But the people that are claiming to be targeted are part of the ones that are carrying a narrative that they like, which is the fake narrative, and then it spreads to a whole and goes from there. But Gene's right. There's no way that they've spent this sort of time and effort in infiltrating.
Yeah, and just going in that direction. I mean, in the grand scheme of the effort that I am engaging and the technologies that I am trying to make public, I mean, I'll go so far as to say the technology is being wielded across the board against everybody in some capacity. So therefore, already at that level of investment, everybody is already targeted. We're all of these technologies. So I'll just go right to the forefront. Everybody's got a target on them. But now the conversation is being controlled by a whole bunch of folks that are not operating in good faith to provide perception management and narrative control. Say that they're targeted. That's probably a Fed coming up with a fake story to manage their perception of what being targeted means. It doesn't take 16 people. it takes a fucking drone flying over the neighborhood with an AI, that one piece of technology can now blanket an area of millions of people to accomplish whatever the targeted mission is for the day, by the level of possibility of technologies that are being monopolized by rogue factions that are operating without oversight for whatever is possible in their Rolodex of nefarious activities for the day.
Your phone's how they get you. That's all they need, really, isn't it? Just a couple things.
Absolutely. Yep. All referenceable technology. The Wi-Fi, the cell phones, the history of what you've looked up, the history of your purchases. All of these things are
your location.
Right, metadata that's being gathered for the express purpose of being able to make a targeted attack very personally individualized for each person in an area. But with that being said, the technology affords a wide breadth of attack on many individuals on a personal level simultaneously, with one piece of technology doing it. We don't need 16 agents per target. We can have one drone that hits millions at a time, one satellite, one phased array transmitter that sets a baseline frequency to now manipulate other people with greater specificity and personalization by other technologies moving around the arena of the modern day battlefield, which, as Dr. James Giordano puts it so well, is the battlefield of the mind.
Yeah. There has been such a narrative repeated since the 50s and 60s. I'm not going to get into the subject of Men in Black, but there's always been this: we're being followed, we're being looked at. Some people, of course, were, but now everybody says it. Now it's all part of every story to validate it, because of course there's no proof there. But one of the things you can immediately see, which goes into the entertainment value part, is that really what's going to happen in 2026 with technology and how we do things. And it will continually show that no, that's not how they would do it if it was true, but no one questions that. It's just boos and ahs. This person's being followed and contacted, and at some point in time, we got to stop that nonsense.
I think 20, 30, 40 years ago, we had, targeted individuals with teams of 16, 20, 50 people working them in a research and development capacity on how do we fuck with people. I think we're way beyond that. We're completely in a zone of technological advancement that's already ongoing, and we're witnessing it. We can observe it. But I see Logan is here, and he's got his hand up. So come on in, sir. Fire away.
I mean, you guys are talking about some great stuff, and I totally agree with what you're saying. I know one thing we have to protect is definitely spaces and spaces disruptors, and one of those, I think the biggest disruptor, reporting tax to the police, to various various or whatever, right? And it's this account that's has a string of accounts. They're bots. They go by multiverse bots. It's their kind of thing that they do. And one of those accounts is down at the bottom, right? There's that guy Tactics at the bottom. He's one of those accounts. And what they're able to do is they can send these hacks, right? And they can crash you in the app to fuck with stuff like that.
Thank you, sir. And I'm learning how to navigate the barbed wired minefield quicksand trough that is the disclosure community. So I do my best, and you're someone, and I would just express my desire to you to do everything that you can to champion the truth and to assist those that you believe are working hard to do that. Since I have you here, I do recall there was a couple of times in the past where you kind of almost engaged my information, but then I never saw it come to light. And I would just let you know that I did find it a bit odd. I'm sure you see me going through these communities and trying to do my best. And it would be nice if someone like yourself actually did put some effort to the efforts that I'm doing. Many hands make light work, and a rising tide raises all ships. So as much as it would be nice for you to push that stuff forwards, I mean, you've seen me out in these communities talking. You've never seen anybody effectively discount anything that I've been saying.
No one can.
You know? Right. The people attempt to throw stones and attack my character, but when it comes to my experience and the documentation, that's all on the table. And
it wasn't until I tried to like knock you down that I realized that like, in fact, I was the idiot. And I realized that, like, really, I think you're the only person who I've kind of, like, looked into that really has any kind of any evidence at all of anything. And so you were stand on it, too. So I think you're the biggest guy, like, in the community. I think that we should be supporting, probably.
I appreciate that. I don't recall you ever actually throwing stones at me, to be honest. So it's nice of you to even admit it that I don't even know it. But yeah, dude, come on. I mean, like they say, let's get this going, dude. Like you have a power technically from what your platform is, and people have an appreciation for your platform. And I mean, my whole point, like this, I'm sure you've seen the movie American History X, right, Logan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so remember the jail yard scene when he first takes his shirt off, exposes himself, he goes out into the yard. At that moment, he's identifying what he's up to, and he's looking for friends and or foes, and he's open to both. I have theoretically done that same activity by jumping into these X spaces to find out who's my enemy and who's my friends. You're in the same jail yard as me, right? I've exposed myself. I'm looking for friends in this fight for sure, but I'm sure that what you can observe as well is nobody's really stepped up to the plate on that. Not publicly.
I just think this is the wrong battlefield. It's because, like, I mean, not that things can't be accomplished on X. It's just that, like, on Spaces, I've just never seen anything really work for anybody, right? I mean, Angela, you've seen Angela do the same thing for years, right? Nothing's ever come of it. I don't know.
Well, hold on. I'm going to totally disagree because the Spaces, this is where the fake feud and the bickering, right? So Lou Elizondo is completely known in the community because his name is constantly engaged in the Spaces because of the bickering and the content creation, even if being made fun of, right? If people are sharing clips and they're creating content that makes fun of him, regardless, he's being marketed. Everybody knows exactly who he is because of the constant engagement that happens from this platform.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I mean, we know who he is, right? But like, people off of X, do they know who that guy is?
I'm not even concerned about the offs. I'm looking at these communities that I'm dipping my toe in, seeing the volumes of people that those content creators are engaging, and the words coming out of the mouths of all the people in those communities, which are voluminous enough. So this is where I say it looks really funny that in these circles, I see the topics that are being engaged, and I see my topic being ignored. And obviously, it's to the detriment of the information that I'm trying to present publicly when everybody's making cool, funny jokes and songs and videos about Lou's fake UFOs. So
yeah,
to me,
he's never come into a space, or would he come into a space, because he's just he's a fraud. But you've always just come in totally open and honest, and will say anything, right? Just talking with anybody, which I mean I've always appreciated. No one else has ever done that, right? Which is what gives you like mad respect in my eyes. But I mean, anything you want to do, man, I'm always open to support you. Whatever you want to do, just let me know.
I would love to engage you more in a way that is more pointedly in support of what I'm doing. I would totally take that on. You have big spaces. I have no idea what your skill set is for, making memes. I would appreciate being engaged by content creators that have an appreciation for my effort to take whatever their resources are, whatever their skill set is. I would say thank you for affording your resources, your energy, and your intention to helping to champion this truth that I'm trying to put forth. I would thank you in advance and would look forward to said collaborations.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, if you look at my Twitter feed, I don't really post on X really. I mostly just do spaces. I mean, sometimes I'll make a post, I guess, but it's pretty rare. I don't really do memes and that kind of thing. But not
A
that I'm
space-
against it or whatever. But
A space would be great to engage you in as your guest, right? To be able to stay on topic and be open for questions, all of that stuff. I mean, I've been guests in so many other spaces and interviews and all of those things. I imagine having a targeted conversation on my information and having people engage, pull up information, do all of the things that normally happen in spaces, but firing from an angle of being supportive versus just being the fucking melee that we normally see of people just rah, 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 rah. This is, who the hell knows? It's like, well, like we were saying earlier, when it comes to the topic of Antarctica and these directed energy weapons, guess what? I'm gonna stand fast with, I'm the goddamn fucking expert at this point. Like, I am that guy. So
yeah, who else is there?
Right. Shane's one of the only people that and Shane makes me laugh. But he at least is honest. He goes, listen, I don't necessarily know everything about Eric's story. He goes, but what I do know is if I want to begin to try to discount him, he goes, I better first get my ass to Antarctica.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know, like, you know what kind of happened recently was that whole, like, I was really disappointed in those two guys, the Jesse Michaels and those other, like, UAP Gerb and that other clown that tried to, like, just talk shit about you. And they're supposed to be, like, good researchers, right? But they made, like, a really obvious fucking mistake, didn't they? That was really bad just because they wanted to trash you. I felt so disgusted by that.
I'm glad you noticed it, Logan. This is the stuff that I'm trying to also express to the community. It's like, part of my experience is also what I've observed from attempting to be a whistleblower and engaging with the different factions. So I get to have an opinion of those engagements also. And what I'm finding is that a lot of these factions seem to be collaborating as some sort of cliques, like the circuit, so to say, in the disclosure community that is controlling which guests get spotlighted and pedestaled, how the conversation is run around. These are my experiences as well. I do not find Jesse Michaels to be operating in good faith by my own experience. I do not find Gerb to be operating in good faith because of what you observed also. These people are claiming to be amazing researchers, but from my experience, it's very easy to say they're full of shit because of how I've engaged with them. So I'm just trying to express my experiences for people to consider, and that's what I'm up to. But I see we got Gene with his hand up again, so fire away, Gene.
Yeah, so I was just going to say when it comes to that and the amplification and whatnot too, I don't know if I discussed this with you privately before either, but there's a marketing company that specifically targets the UAP community, and a number of these big players are customers of this company. You notice it when you see the shout outs, when you see one of them say, oh, shout out to so and so, and they're doing such great work and keep going, and these words of encouragement. It's not organic. It's because that person has signed up to the marketing company, and there's an email list that gets circulated amongst them with who it is that they want to amplify and things like that.
I believe that immediately, Gene, because my experience suggests that has to be going on. There's some level of contrived activity amongst certain people to me that's very obvious.
Like, it's not a secret, is it? Then they have like their own Twitter account, don't they?
Well, they don't really publish themselves on the Twitter account, but they have a number of those amplifier / damper accounts who will just wonderful on the clients, and then anyone who says anything makes a sideways comment, they just start attacking and all the rest of it. They recently kind of did that and made a mistake with me because they did it from an account where the branding of the account, you could visual branding, let's say, was probably for this company. And so one of my secret shames is
Yeah, they're looking for people that are agreeable, compromisable, and will follow the narrative that they're attempting to paint to the community.
Yesterday, that doesn't have a ton of followers, but they declare themselves like the UFO Twitter, like a PR company, I guess. I thought that's what you were talking about, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't want to name names, or compare names in a public forum like this, but it very well may be the same thing. But generally, the company itself kind of stays quiet.
I'm actually pulling it up right now because I have no problem with putting stuff like this on blast. So Logan, you just said something about somebody pretending to be a marketing aspect of X.
It's somebody like an account anyway. They're like a promotions company or like a branding company or something like that, right? And I guess they are known for putting out people out into the community on a high level or whatever they do, right? To make them popular, I suppose.
I got some emails from somebody claiming to work for X that wanted to engage me about, whatever, boosting my account or whatever. And it's one of those emails that's, just filled to the top to bottom with links, which is always super sketch when a rando shoots you an email with all kinds of links to click. But the person goes by Makeba Mooring, MAKEBAMORING. And through the engagements that we had in email, I would say it's some sort of a disingenuous liar.
Yeah, that one doesn't sound familiar to me. The account that I'm thinking about is an actual a kind of company name.
Okay. Yep. Different. Con jobs by every definition in every direction at this point.
Yeah, we're drowning in con jobs. That's all there is anymore.
Yeah, one of the things I've said since I've gone public is I feel like, excuse me, I feel like I left the shoreline of one continent in my teeny little dinghy of truth, and I'm trying to sail the seas of utter bullshit to get my information to the shores on the other side. And I simply would just be appreciative of anybody that helps me get this dinghy of truth to the other shoreline. I will keep fighting like Shackleton did back in the day. But it just is what it is. Many hands makes light work, and a rising tide raises all ships. So I will continue to be on point for what I believe is very important truth to champion. And again, I hope that my efforts motivate others to provide me as much assistance as they can afford to put in my direction. That's all.
But this is what a whistleblower sounds like, just like this. Like a real whistleblower sounds like this, I think.
Or like Gene in song. But Gene's got his hand up again. Go ahead.
And
And
I
Gene,
don't even know Gene very well, but yeah.
Gene, I listened to your Christmas song the other day. It was pretty damn good.
Thank you. I shot both you guys direct messages with the link of what I'm talking about, so you can explore further. But no, I didn't have my hand up. Actually, must have been a ghost.
Yeah, just to help you out, Logan, Gene's from a very interesting career past, so he's very knowledgeable in tactics and factions, which is super helpful to these conversations because he's certainly not ignorant to how complex and omnipresent they are. And then additionally, he comes from the angle of his father-in-law was a former Soviet, and you'll get a kick out of this for obvious reasons, plumber / scientist of some sort that apparently was working on highly advanced, let's just say anti-gravitic technologies, propulsion, whatever you want to call it. Gene's digging into it to get to the bottom of it, present it to the public. And similar to myself, Gene seems to be getting heartily ignored by the community that's caught up in the fake feuds over unsubstantiated, speculated information, whereas Gene is just sitting there with like, hey, here's my pile of facts no one's paying attention to.
Oh, Gene, that's the one. Yep, you nailed it. That's the one I was thinking about.
Yeah. So so funny thing. I reached out to them. I was referred to them by somebody else who thought it was kind of shady. Who is a content creator, and so I reached out first via X, never got replies, sent a couple of emails, never got replies. Then I made a phone call, and when the person answered the phone and I introduced myself, they were like, "Oh yeah, right. I was just getting ready to send you an email." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, you did not want to pick up this call. I can hear it right now in your voice." But that service starts at about $2,500 a month, just to give everybody a scope and scale of the marketing investment that some of these key UAP themed content creators make.
So from the get-go, it's about the money, right? So shit.
Well, right, exactly. I mean, essentially, it's almost the I think they are the key holder of the gatekeepers in a large sense, right? Because they not only do the social media aspect of it, they're involved in some of the physical events that occur, in booking the speakers and panelists, and in managing all of that. So as you can imagine, it's quite a controlled ecosystem that you can basically buy into. And it was funny, the person was actually trying to get me to not spend money with them, which I thought was an interesting angle. But there's a long backstory on all that, we certainly won't get into here or now.
Yep. Pay to play seems to be standard operating procedures as well, because, heaven forbid that people don't make a buck off of controlling these narratives. It's just that information has always been of value, so to say. And perception management has value because if you can control what people are looking at, you can control where the monies go. That's just simple marketing.
It's so funny that it's just like community fights for against gatekeepers, and they want disclosure and transparency, right? But there's some of the biggest gatekeepers there are in this community.
Well, that's what gets the hair across my ass, when it comes. I'm never not one to criticize anyone who is trying to make their living in doing this stuff and pursuing it. in content creation or entertainment, whichever side that they are on. Yes, you want to make smart investments in those spaces. But yeah, when it comes to we are champions of the truth, we've got to bust through gatekeepers, blah, blah, blah. No, don't give that line if you yourself are part of the ecosystem of gatekeepers, or you're just trying to, keep your own gates.
Yeah, there was this like group of people, I think it was like a couple years ago, like they wanted me to like do like a very specific like thing, and because like I wouldn't, me and some of like my other friends they were just like, we're not gonna like let you have access to like these people are now like gonna be off limits for you, and like I became like blacklisted like some other people just because like we wouldn't go along with like whatever they kind of like wanted to do or whatever. So it's a dirty world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, I don't aspire to be or try to be a creator. I enjoy coming in, the access, find people like Eric and others give me to join in and participate in the conversations or feature, and talk about the things that I'm doing, and I'm very appreciative of that. There are people who have platformed me, who are creators, and I will help connect them to other, let's say, insiders, or the people trying to tell the stories, create that access, help them. We're going to be going down to DC, and I'm going down with share what we get. We will, if you want to have anybody on to talk about the experience or the interviews, but these guys are going to be interviews almost like a pool reporter, right? And they're not looking for anything. They don't need $1 from it or anything like that. It's about getting out the information from the folks who are putting out the information. And, we have the ability to go and do it in person. And that's a great thing for the community. And, so we hope it starts, people start,
Going right now, like I think I saw you on a show. Were you on Disclosure Tonight? Is that a show that I saw you on? Was that you? How do you think they're doing? They were like one of my favorite shows, I think, early in my kind of UFO Twitter.
have been very generous as far as giving me, time and the platform space to talk about things. And yeah, so I'm on there quite a bit, just in the back room and contribute.
Yeah, I think I'm still like a mod. I think like in their group chat. I think, but I think they make everyone a mod. But yeah,
yeah. I mean, once they kind of know you have some discernment. A couple of times that Mike, who co-hosts, he's been ill or whatever, so I just kind of have jumped in and filled in and whatnot. Now, again, same thing. There's things that I don't necessarily agree with. There's things I won't engage with. But that is their show, their format, their thing that they're doing. I am a guest. And so I have the ability, I have the ability to do that. I have the ability to avoid the drama and not get involved and stay on the topics that I'm interested in and that I feel like I can add value to. And, I'm happy to do that with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you have like a pretty interesting story, I'd imagine. I'm surprised I don't really know much about it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm an acquired taste.
Do you feel that like you're like not getting like put out there like, fairly? You think like they're not getting promoted? I mean,
no, it is. I get it. The community is about spectacle, and I think dare to say Eric is in a similar situation, that, what we're trying to present is technical, it is dense, it is, not it's not a flashy thing to sit and stare at and examine, frame by frame. It is paperwork, right? And so it takes a long time, and there's, explanations, and particularly with mine, there's a lot of science, and so making the links between the science in the papers that I have, and what was being done before, what has been done prior, what's done in Russia versus the U.S. It is very complex and cerebral, I dare say. I think similarly to Eric, right? The platforms that I'm on, the engagements that I have, I love. I think they are, um, I've had great interviews. I've been on panels with other great guests, people much smarter than myself, who understand the depth of the science much more than I ever will. So I'm sort of on a journey, and there are people who are, following me on that journey as well. And so I'd rather have those kind of quality interactions than, quantity.
I'm new to this. Oh, Ito. No, I've met Ito. Again, this is a testament to how engaging I am in the community. When I was speaking in Colorado, Ito reached out to me and was like, "Hey, we should meet and chat." I was, all right. I mean, I'm open to meeting folks. I'm trying to do the best that I can in this community. As Gene had mentioned, you just gotta. It's quality over quantity is a great way of putting it. I think of it as like finding diamonds in the rough. There's a lot of shit to sift through to find the good folks that I know exist. I know there's good people out there, but to me, I have a level of discernment, so I can very rapidly gauge if somebody's just here for the show, or if they actually, are truly champions of the truth and bettering the world around us. I don't believe you have children, Logan, but I do. Gene does. I believe people. I know Ocean was in here. She's got kids. I truly live a life where I have an intention to make the world better than I found it. When I was a young boy, I really believed in my head, I'm going to grow up and I can't wait to become part of adulthood where everybody must be working on trying to make the world a better place. So I can't wait to be part of that. And look at me now, wholly disappointed as an adult to look around me and realize how naive that childlike thought was.
Yeah, it's depressing, isn't it?
It's motivating to me. It just makes me feel like I have to carry more weight. Being, a tradesman, I've shown up to job sites before where I thought the team that I was sent to go help was going to be accomplishing more when I got there, and I would do my part. And many times I've shown up to a job site where I realized these fuckers ain't going to do it. So it's on me now. That happens too.
Yeah, 'cause like I was saying earlier, you're the only whistleblower that I know that's ever been in spaces, like just any kind of regular extent, just hanging out. I mean, have you ever seen any? Well, I mean, I guess there's Ito, but he never really talks. So, yeah. Well, I mean, why is everyone so afraid? Do you think compared to you're not?
Because they're fakes, Logan. That's plain. They're fakes. They're not genuine. They're operating in a disingenuous faction for some agenda, and they're collaborating with other people to control the narrative. And since I've been in spaces, as you've witnessed, I mean, I already showed up to spaces. I already had a website. Right. I've already invested in the fact that I'm aware that freedom of speech is no longer free. So yes, I've completely dived into these communities head first, and basically, taken my lumps accordingly. Back to that whole GR Yard thing in American History X. I jumped out into the yard. I put all my cards on the table, and I pay attention to how people to my activity, and it speaks volumes.
Yeah, they have no excuse. You make them all like look ridiculous.
I haven't written a book. I haven't made a movie. I haven't, grifted, so to say, like everybody says. But because of, the situation being, I mean, I literally just passed on January 11th, I passed the 1 year anniversary of me being unemployed. This is a hard position for me to operate from. I have a donate button on my website, which I need to be more religious about expressing to people. I could take help in every form at this point, which includes monetarily. If I'm bankrupted in the fight, I'm certainly out of the fight, which effectively seems to be the only tools that are being able to slow my roll. One is ignoring me, and one is forcing me into bankruptcy. Otherwise, I'm not compromisable, which is what infuriates those that oppose me, is that I'm not able to succumb to the games that are being played like so many others. I'm assuming everybody's on deciphering.tv right now and going to the donate button.
And that's where I am right now.
Yeah, and if I can, Eric, Logan. So, what I find, fascinating, and Eric talked about January 11th for him. June 11th was when I sort of jumped out more publicly. I published my father-in-law's papers in December 2024, and then began getting engaged June of 2025. But, as I look at who is brought forward and discussed, right? So, and you asked about what's the difference in the why? Well, the difference in the why is we didn't come out through the controlled pipeline. We just came out on our own in our own way. So for me, I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran. I'm a 100% disabled veteran. I was the first Gulf War generation. Have a great service record. U.S. Air Force Security Forces, did nuclear weapon system security. Same job Jeff Nucitelli had, but, a generation before. My civilian career has been as a contractor in intelligence. I contracted with CIA, DOE, Homeland Security, as they were standing up. The global perhaps have a broader spectrum of experience in the so what's the difference? The difference is they didn't pick me, and they didn't have the information to begin with that I brought out. And it's not controlled, and they can't control me. There's no levers. So just ignore it.
Have they tried to control you?
So I have been, I was offered, asked if I was interested in getting my clearance back, to go into a skiff. And I was like, nope, no, thanks. I'm like, there's nothing I need you to tell me. I'm the one with the information. So if you are interested in seeing what I have put together, if you are interested in the research that I've done, in the alignments and everything that I've made that I think add value to the discussion, particularly for the oversight committee, here is a direction that may produce new results or better results, to ask people questions based on. I've done all of that footwork for you. Again, you can have your own people dive into it, double check all
And they
the
weren't
documents.
interested?
Sorry?
And they weren't interested in any of that?
I've never heard jack shit back from anybody. I mean, I
there you go.
know David Grush has them, right? I gave them I had 4 hours. I sat down with Lou Elizondo and gave him everything. And he even recognized what it was, that I was showing him. So, everything is there for the public to, you can download them yourself and run your own comparisons and run your own research based off of everything. We have a new team of people tightening up some of the translations. They're all originally in Russian. So there's nothing, there's no material difference, but it's just clearing up colloquialisms and things like that. But everything is there for anyone who is truly an investigative journalist or researcher in their own right to run and go test themselves. And we've got people like the guys from Falcon Space who, even say there's things in there that are informing areas that they're invested in and whatnot. So in light of all of that, the best the establishment can do is just ignore it because it can disrupt the narrative.
It is super frustrating with all these accounts that claim to be about like the truth and like disclosure and all that, and then you cut them in on like some information that they should be really interested in and that they should want to like absorb and like push, but they're just, when they're not interested in it, it really lets you know like, well, these people aren't actually interested in the truth, are they? It's about something else for these people.
And and Eric's the same. Listen, Eric is a naval veteran. He is a Antarctic veteran, an expert. He's a man who has been there and been in the rooms, who has documentation to show and to share. And it's like, even the chances he gets, it's okay. Wow, that's great. And then the next day is, oh, look at this shiny thing. What does everybody think this shiny thing is? And it's like, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I've seen it time and time again. I don't really.
Yeah, let's look at some more irrigation circle pictures. And it frustrates me because then I think of a saying my grandfather used to put out there is, who's more the problem, the fool or the fools that follow? So I take issue with the fools, right? Like the Elizondos and those that are putting out the unsubstantiated speculation. But then I also have a problem with the fools that follow, the ones that are being Pied Pipered and led to the cliff, so to say. Because I look at the whole lot of them as being the problem for the truth.
And and I think that's a good example, Eric, because so personally, I like Lou, right? I don't have any issues with him. I I take that information that he provides is information. And so then I have to just discern and decide where I think there is value in that information, and how does it serve what I'm trying to achieve, and and move forward. And I just I don't particularly pass judgment, because for me, I'm just like, all right, I don't have all of the facts and all the information, but I know from the criticisms, whether it's Eric or other people, those certainly sit in my mind. I don't dismiss anything, one way or the other, because I've got to see where it fits in the puzzle that I'm trying to put together. But that doesn't mean Eric and I don't get on and don't, you know, can't have conversations and can't engage with one another or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that. I've never met Lou, so on a personal level, I don't know him from a freaking hole in the wall. But in the grand scheme of just paying attention to the factions, the information, the activities going on, I'm forced from my side to put him in the category of somebody that's an enemy to my activities, and nothing personal. It just is what it is.
You know what's ironic is that like I was thinking about like all the information that Lou's ever shared, and how much of it's been of any value. And I think I've actually gotten more value out of things that Rick Doty has told me than Lou Elizondo. It's ironic.
That's pretty funny and sad if in the grand scheme of comparisons, yeah, like I get what you're saying there. Like if you're getting more truth out of Doty than Lou, oof.
Yeah, it's funny. One of a friend of mine who helped with the translations of the book, and he was very engaged and knowledgeable of this whole subject, for decades. Like it was his thing. And through, disclosure tonight, I've had the opportunity to be on that panel sometime with Rick, and we've had some the backroom conversations afterwards. And he's former Air Force, I'm former Air Force, so there's mutual understanding in things, and a lot of the subjects that we talk about and whatnot. Now, my buddy despises Doty. He'll send me messages when he knows there are things on and whatnot. Again, I can't control any of that. I can't change anybody's mind, not trying to. But in the same way, for me, I'm glad to know there are people who have those assessments and feelings and opinions on all of these characters, because I think that is important to weigh in the grand scale of things, for me. And that's just the way I operate.
Yeah, I actually have to get off and make a phone call right now before it's too late. But it's good to talk with you guys. It's been a pleasure. I'll catch you later.
Absolutely, Logan. I appreciate you giving your 2 cents on this stuff. And I don't know the best way to get a hold of you, so I only know DMs.
Yeah, DMs are cool.
Okay, I'll reach out to you through the DMs, and we'll see what we can do about chatting together in the future. I appreciate it. Thank you,
For
sir.
sure.
Have a great day.
Anytime. All right, catch you guys later.
Look at that. Cawffee Tawk, bringing people together.
Well, it's true. I mean, there's so much talk now about the varying camps, and that the cult of personalities and all of this. And it's like, if your goal is not to be part of the cult of personalities, but you are on a mission for the truth, then you've got to listen to all sides and all angles and discern for yourself. And it doesn't mean that you don't engage or refuse to engage with anybody of a different camp or who is in, I wouldn't even say different because I try to not say I'm in any camp. I am just engaging with the people who are most knowledgeable and most closest to the issues and the various factors and seeing what I can learn from them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in the grand scheme of camps, I'm in my own camp. I refuse to align with others, and in a limited capacity, I have invited people into my camp, and there's a fistful of new people that I onboarded to the website. So there's 3 more people that I've invited into my camp because I simply just believe that they are working hard to be champions of the truth in their own right, which in certain aspects helps to support the direction that I'm going, but isn't necessarily the goal. Like, so my website, I invested in because I realized freedom of speech isn't free for me anymore, but therefore it's not free for anyone anymore. So I have resources that I'm going to do my best to afford to those in the community that I see as diamonds in the rough, fighting the good fight to be champions of the truth. And I will do my best to offer my resources to help them as well. So, I mean, and that's where I would say I put my money where my mouth is, could I use assistance in that capacity? Sure. But technically I started this endeavor as funding it entirely on my own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, same thing here. It's like this is, I'd otherwise be pissing it away on lottery scratchers and more expensive cigars, I guess.
We have Krista here, new to the speaker panel today, with their hand up. Go ahead.
Hey, hope you guys are having a great day. I was going to hop on the other day, but of course I was busy with the boys and then I get distracted with background noise. But I think it was said it, the rule of 5. So I have personally been working on that in my life too, and even just some of the information that I hear. So I just wanted to say hi and hope everybody is having an amazing day, and I appreciate you having the coffee talk, even if I just listen to a replay.
You got it. I think you'll get a kick out of today's replay. It was quite the conversation. Thanks for coming up. But with that being said, I'm noticing the clock here, and my stomach just started getting ragingly hungry. I'm not going to lie. That came on fast and furious. So I am going to I'm going to close this one out. And I'm going to go make some breakfast. And I appreciate everybody showing up here today and engaging for this nice mental jam. And I'll catch everybody on the flip side. Be well and enjoy the rest of your day. So long, everybody.